Warning. This video contains super awesome content not suitable for people who don't enjoy super awesomeness. Viewer discretion advised.
Welcome to Viewer's Choice. Your selection is about to begin. But first, take a look at what else you can see this week.
Hey, dudes, inviting you to travel through time. First stop, a long layover at the video store.
Bogus.
Wait, you've got Viewer's Choice.
Excellent.
Hello, you rotten little bloodsuckers.
America's most popular now. Get extra value. $12.50 cash back.
Rise and shine, Mr. Freeman. Rise and
I want the truth. You can't handle the truth. What? Say what it is.
Let's get out of here! Like now!
When life gives you lemons, don't make lemonade. Make life take the lemons back. Get mad! I don't want your damn lemons! What am I supposed to do with these? Demand to see life's manager. Make life rue the day it thought it could give Cave Johnson lemons. Do you know who I am? I'm the man who's gonna burn your house down with the lemons.
This is my ship, the Nebuchadnezzar. This is the core. We broadcast our pirate signal back into the Matrix.
Welcome to the Nebuchadnezzar with your host, Anesto Morado, the double-headed coin, and your co-host, Pablo Morado, the Thunderbolt. Together, we are the Pyramid Podcast.
Have a nice day. Thank you.
the right man in the wrong place can make all the difference in the world.
What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interest of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country. It's a great brainwashing process which goes very slow and is divided in four basic stages. The first one being demoralization. It takes from 15 to 20 years to demoralize a nation. Why that many years? Because this is the minimum number of years which requires to educate one generation of students in the country of your enemy.
Welcome, everybody. Welcome.
I love the bumper. That's one of my favorite songs of all time. That's the Zenon Symphony from the late 1970s, actually.
Yeah. So that's a great song. I really enjoyed it, and I'm glad that you put me on.
They were ahead of their time. You know, but yeah, I mean, we were supposed to be broadcasting yesterday. We had a
hiccup,
a major catastrophe.
Catastrophic failure. If you guys saw the message, actually, I forgot to remove the message. Let me do this while we're in the cast here, because unfortunately, yesterday I had inadvertent. I was excited. I had the podcast all ready. All Anesto had to do is just show up, sit down, and let's go. It's right there about to go. What happened was we got a point from one of our listeners, and one of the points was that they like that we drink the coffee. I mean, we have coffee and we have an available coffee. And one of the things that was mentioned was like some of the things that make certain casts look more appealing sometimes is the fact that they have the mug with here I am, trying to make things look a little bit more cozy, have my cup right here in view. And as right before we start the cast, I spill.
Bam. Murphy's Law comes into play.
Yep.
Coffee all over the keyboard.
Yeah. So that was a catastrophic failure because it basically ended the cast early. There was no before it even got started. We had to dry the computer. Luckily, it still works. But this a big wake up call. And for us and for those that are listening, it's something that we're gonna need to start figuring out different redundancies, because we don't want for one little mistake to take down the cast. That being said, the computer's running well so far. Things are looking okay and looking up. So thank God for the roadcasters is holding a lot of the processing power. So the computer, is just an auxiliary thing that allows us to basically it's an expensive camera. That's basically what we're using it for. But overall, this is a wake up call and something that we should ask our audience, because one of the things that is something that we're coming to a realization that we're going to eventually need to upgrade our equipment. We're going to eventually need to have a way so that we're not using the most that the most important thing, the laptop, is not vulnerable. We're going to need to find other ways to make sure that we're secure. In order for us to do that, we're going to need some funds. So this is where it's important to go to thepyramidshop.com so that you can help fund the cast, which allows us, in case something like this does happen, God forbid, it allows us to buy the things that we need, like an external hard drive, which we do have, thankfully, which is waterproof for things like of that nature. And there are things that we'll do obviously to make sure that this sort of thing doesn't happen again, like keeping all liquids off the desk, obviously.
Maybe what we should do is do like back in the old days when we used to view the Telelive Vision, they used to do a telethon.
Okay.
So now we might have to do a potathon. Have a clown like juggling cats.
Have somebody like a Jerry Seinfeld,
Yeah,
do like a potathon.
Yeah, we're gonna have to do something so we could raise some funds.
Yeah, so I mean,
but the main, one of the main things that can help us out in the interim is purchasing some of our products,
right?
So that we can start, collecting funds, because in the end, we're gonna need a more powerful computer. Right now, just getting by with a skeleton, bare bones kind of system.
Nope, sorry. What you're hearing is the live stream off of the website. Sorry for the delay, folks.
But at any rate, what do we have cooking today? Because there's so much. As we were dealing with the catastrophic failure yesterday, I brought up Mr. Kanye. And Kanye is in hot soup. At least we think that he's in hot soup. I don't know if this is by design by him to keep himself relevant. Now, what do I mean by that? What I mean is, I think Kanye has concocted like some kind of recipe to stay relevant. And being that he is Wow, already?
No, that's just signaling that we're starting the cast. We're getting things going
Okay.
here.
So anyway, I think Kanye he's doing something. I mean, I believe he was relevant already. His Adidas line was very popular.
Mm-hmm.
His fashion was very popular. His music was very popular. Why the certain turn to become persona non grata is something that baffles me.
Well, you have to understand his circumstance, because you have to look at it from the perspective of, okay, he lost his mother, which was a huge thing that happened to him in his life, um which he felt based on what I'm making an assessment based on the things that he's put up there, on the podcasting world and in his music. But from what I gather, he lost his mother. His mother, when his mother was alive, she wasn't too happy with the lifestyle that he was living. Although it did happen to pay for a lot of the comfort that his mother was able to enjoy. And on one hand, Kanye West was, kind of happy that he was able to provide for his mother, but on the other hand, he was upset because didn't he wasn't allowed, or he didn't get enough time to grow into the person that he felt that his mother wanted him to be, somebody more um intelligent, or religious, or somebody not intelligent, more grounded, I guess, and
Well, I think
more uh uh the opposite of, like, being childlike, more, wise, and the person that she sees, the intelligent kid that she knows him to be. And it seems like when she passed away, and him not getting that opportunity to show his mother, like, no, I have that in me. Yes, I'm not just, the icon rapper that's married to a wife that shows her body, for which, this, because now he's all religious, and I suspect that has something to do with his mother.
well, this is what I think. I think that he's angry. He's angry for many things that we don't see behind the veil.
Right, yeah, so
Like
that,
one thing that we do not see behind the veil is his business negotiations.
mm,
And he believes that he's getting the shaft, and he's being controlled, and he's not the first one. I remember Prince.
no, I mean,
He had
he's
a
definitely
battle.
not the first one. Prince had a battle. I mean, he even said, Drake, one of the biggest pop stars, rap stars of the era, um, he went on his own because of the contracts that they were trying to, hold him
Yeah,
into.
so I think that it's a compounding effect. He lost his mother, which was his rock. I mean, we all saw how Mike Tyson went off the rails once Customato was out of the picture.
Mm-hmm.
So we have that. He he got divorced,
Right.
and his kids were like taken away from him.
Right,
That
and that
also
was another
affected
thing,
him.
and he says that before they even got divorced, um, that he felt like his house was being infiltrated. That he was saying that even his personal trainer was trying to, make suggestions on how he should uh live, or like, in a way that, like, oh, him wearing a MAGA hat makes him a certain kind of person, or whatever, and
And that's another thing. Like
bashing him behind his wife's back, and then his wife kind of like falling along with it, instead of, and then him in the end just trying to, like, I mean, he does say that he's not very religious, so he's trying to find, he's trying to be Jules in Pulp Fiction. He's trying to be the shepherd.
Right. No, he's trying to find himself.
Yeah, right. He's trying to find that.
Himself, and a lot of things are going in the back, happening in the background.
Right.
I mean, we live in a country that we have freedom of choice.
Mm-hmm.
We have freedom of speech. And if he wants to be a MAGA guy and wants to be a Trumper, that shouldn't infer your opinion of him.
Right.
I'm myself, I'm not a MAGA guy. I'm not a liberal. I tend to be outside of all that, and
Which we stated a few times.
Yeah, I'm not. I just see the injustice that the media does, and he's been taking a lot out of context. So I think the fact that they kind of like have portrayed him now to be like a villain, he's running with it.
Well, yeah, because
he's like, I'm the bad guy. Like, remember with Scarface,
right?
You need a bad guy to point a finger to.
Let me be the bad guy.
Yeah, now he's embraced.
Well, yeah, because his idea or his message or his coming into this controversy is that he's trying to live in the way in his mind that is reminiscent or by direction of Jesus. Whatever it is that Jesus had wanted for us as a humanity, he wants to live in that mindset and that that framework that Jesus and the Lord laid down for him, and that contradicts everything that he built up so far. I mean, he was with that brand Balenciaga, was one of his major partnerships. And what are they just coming out recently, which is their the whole pedophile photo shoot that's been circulating, and that they had we discussed it on the we discussed it on the cast, that they had these pedophile looking pictures with kids looking all in this in that bondage type of in the children, and the not the children, the toys that they were playing with were in that like BDSM type of attire, very very off-putting to a lot of people. But that was who he was partnership with. The other partner was Adidas, who has been known to be one of the people that were there were Nazi manufacturers for clothing manufacturers. They had that's how Adidas started. So that contradicts all that Jesus was teaching, and it kind of like it was like dividing by zero for him. It like broke him,
And
it was
then,
and then you have your wife who makes a living by having a sex tape, get out there, and that's how she becomes famous. And then
but he knew that coming in.
Yeah, he did know that, but that's the whole thing, is that at that point when his mother died, he was living a life of, in his perception, of debauchery that wasn't in alignment to what Jesus wanted and what his mom wanted for him. And then he started to wake up from, oh my God, where am I? And then he's been trying to convince his wife and all
and
his
and who's the name of that actor comedian that Kardashian is with now?
I'll look it up. Oh man,
he kind of in the beginning started taunting him, with pictures of him with Kim on the bed.
Pete Davidson. Pete
Davidson. So he started taunting him, and the fact that his kids are in that environment, and it's a compounding effect. So now he's become the heavy and he's embraced it. I mean, it keeps people continue talking about him. But
Well, yeah.
I just think that I don't know. I think that maybe he has to reinvent himself now.
Well, I think it's a problematic thing, but I think
That
it's a
he's a genius. I kind of balked at the idea when everybody was saying, "Oh, this guy's a genius" or whatever. But as I dove into him, this guy, he's a trendsetter.
well, he lives on a different plane. He lives on a
He's a
different.
trendsetter, and he's kind of an interesting kind of guy.
He's an artist. I mean, you can't deny that he's an artist. But trying to somebody like Prince or somebody like Elvis, they're on a different level. And Kanye West has found himself in that doorway that Prince was in and Elvis was in, that level of fame. But the same, I mean, if you watch that Elvis movie, even Elvis, went off like.
Oh yeah, he definitely went off the rails.
So like, nobody is immune to it, but this guy, he when he like, I guess like it's like a form of hypnotism, I feel like, one of the things that I've been thinking about recently is back in the day, I did a different podcast with my sister called the Emerald J podcast. And then before that, I did another show called Woke. And in that show, with my sister, we discussed we had a segment called Thoughts That Keep Us Up at Night. And we had discussed a documentary by this guy called Darren Brown, and it was called Push. Remember that documentary?
Push. Refresh my memory. It sounds very wow. Thoughts that keep you up at night, huh?
Yeah.
Well, we're not gonna dive into it because it's very deep. But a thought that has been keeping me up at night is understanding the atom.
What do you mean understanding the atom?
Do you understand the atom?
Well, yeah. I mean, like the protons and electrons that go together.
Okay. Everything has atoms.
Right.
And if you split that atom, the energy that is produced is what we like to call nuclear fusion. Right. But then at the same token, if you take two atoms and smash them together, you also produce a big burst of energy called nuclear fusion. Right. And they say that you can fit on a strain of hair over 100,000 plus atoms on the very tip of a hair.
Yeah. Well, there's atoms, and then you have quarks and even further below.
Don't fuck me up with all the other shit.
Because the quarks are even smaller than atoms. Because apparently there is no such thing as empty space.
Okay, so we're not gonna dive into this. Trust me.
Yeah, we off on a tangent here. No, we need to get we're in Massachusetts, so we got to find some theoretical physicist to help us explain that, of the God particle and all that.
If
Dumb it
anybody
down
on
for us.
TikTok, on Instagram has a notion or a way to explain to me this complicated thing we know as the atom, because they say there's atoms in everything.
Of course.
Okay, so as we're transmitting this podcast, right? This is going through wires.
Right. There's atoms in the wire. There's atoms in the sound and the vibration. There's atoms.
So is there atoms in the transmission?
In the transmission, there's atoms.
Okay, so this is where I'm fucked up. So the people look at me and that are looking at me in TikTok, and the people that are looking at me on Instagram, the people that are looking at me through
Twitter, Twitch, YouTube,
and through our website. So my sound, my image is going through wires, and then somehow or another wirelessly, through a tower or whatever the hell. Atoms are in that thing?
Yes.
So that means we're actually teleporting atoms.
Yes.
Well,
then you have, if that messes you up, then you have quantum entanglement, where you tickle an atom here and an atom in China is wiggling, and they're like, what the hell? You tickle something over here and over there, they have like a way to measure it, and they're looking at the atom over there.
What?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm telling you, we need a theory, because that's quantum.
I blame the warlock. I blame the warlock, because I was fine. I had other things bothering me, such as time travel.
But now this is bothering you,
because I kind of figured a way to time travel.
Oh, I time travel every day.
Because another thing that been keeping me up at night is I always thought of time as linear. You got 1920, 1921, 1922. You got a timeline. Then I learned this concept where time, past, present, and future are existing simultaneously at the same time. And then I look at Joe Rogan. He makes a fucking statement that since the universe is so vast and so big, and you add to it string theory, you add to it multi-universes, he says that there could be billions of copies of myself and his self and yourself and all you people on.
Well, if the universe is infinite, then so are the possibilities.
My boy Chan is on. Yo, Chan, what's going on? I miss you, brother. I miss you.
Watch the full cast.
Watch the full cast, Chan.
Check it out at thepyramidshop.com.
Okay, so now we got one of our crew on. Okay, so wait a minute. I was on a tangent here. So if time is linear, which I thought it was, now there's a new concept. Time is existing all on the same plane. And there could be billions of copies of myself doing exactly the same thing that I am doing now. Go ahead, play
it. No, what I meant to play was...
This is going to sound ridiculous. Exactly. So I thought that the best vehicle to time travel is your consciousness. Leaving your body through consciousness.
It's funny that you bring up time travel, because I have something very fascinating about time travel that's gonna blow your mind, and that'll be for our later segment for our strange but true. But there's a whole society of people. They're called Drahamans, right? Guess where they are? Guess where they live? Just based on that name alone,
Drahaman. I would say they're somewhere in Asia, in the Asia continent.
Italy.
And
supposedly what this society built is being...
What part of Italy?
Drahaman.
That's a new one on me.
I think it's up in the countryside. I'm not exactly sure, but the report that I have will explain it. But what this society had built, first of all, they've built what is now being held up as one of the wonders of the world. It is absolutely spectacular, to the point where, in Italy, they have so many things that could be the wonder. You have the Roman Colosseum. You have the Leaning Tower of Pisa. But they're saying,
which I've seen, not to like name drop or whatever, but I've actually seen the Roman road.
Wow.
And it's still intact today. But we're going off the rails here. Things that keep you up at night.
Okay, so yes,
so wait a minute. Things that keep you up at night.
Oh no.
I was thinking about time travel. How do I achieve that through your consciousness? And then I have like a billion fucking scripts that I have in my mind that I'm, it's all in here, not on paper. And I'm fighting with that in my mind as I go to bed, as I'm trying to turn off my mind. And then the warlock comes and tells me, explain to me the atom. And I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, explain to me, everything has atoms, and now you just told me you could tickle an atom here and affect an atom where, in China?
Well, yeah, it's called quantum entanglement.
Oh, Christ almighty. So I digress.
Yeah, so
we were
so thoughts that keep you up at night. So being that we brought that up,
let's finish up, on
so
our friend Kanye.
Yeah, so that's what the reason we went off on this tangent is because the thoughts that keep us up at night. So the reason I brought that up, as a matter of fact, I have this little here, a little flashback, and today's Tuesday, so Throwback Tuesday.
Okay.
So we got a little throwback here.
Oh wow.
So you can understand what we were talking about here.
But I'm going to help you out and keep you up.
Yes. Oh man. All right. So the other night, right? I woke up to eat cereal, to be very real. It was like 12 o'clock.
Wait. You woke up to eat cereal.
Right, eat cereal. Anyways, so my dad caught my attention, run to the kitchen. Come over here. And he showed me a really cool social experiment. And in this social experiment, he basically explained that the human brain and us as people are so easy to manipulate. And that he kind of like studied us and studied like certain things to get us to like trust each other. So
that's what you're talking about.
So the
push experiment.
The push experiment, right? So basically, what this is, it's a documentary, and if you guys want to look into it, it's by Darren Brown, and the documentary is called Push. Now, the whole thought process is very simple. How to make someone push someone off the roof, right? How do you get them in the circumstance that they would actually do that? And he achieved it. He achieved it several times.
Now you're being gentle. How do you get somebody to push somebody off a ledge? It's how do you make a person commit murder?
Okay, yeah. Right. How do you make somebody commit murder? Right. Now, the way they set it up, the reason I bring this up and the reason I think it connects to Kanye,
it dovetails with Kanye,
because it's the way he sets you up is through a series of small tasks that you're okay with the first thing. He's like, oh, do this, do that. But by you being okay with that, right, automatically implicates you in what happens later. And then once you're already implicated, now you're in the problem that he's creating. And now he escalates all the choices that you have to make until all you're left with is, I'm going to lose my whole life, or do I push this guy off the roof? And everybody around you is saying, you got to push this guy off the roof, because it's not just your life, it's all of our lives too that are hanging in the balance.
So it builds up to the point not that you have a choice. Either you murder this person,
right,
or you don't. And then by you not murdering the person, which in the show is actually pushing them off the ledge, your life now is implicated to the point that you might go to jail.
Right.
You might lose everything you have.
Right.
Your family, everything goes down.
And then it's an experiment that he had conducted, and he's, out of all the contestants, only one person didn't push somebody off the ledge.
And that's a very interesting experiment, because I believe a lot of the crimes that happen ultimately,
well, I mean, look at the FBI, the recent findings at the FBI. What was it? Basically, one of the people that they had busted for like about to blow up a bomb or something. I forgot who. No, planning on kidnapping. Forgot, it was like a senator or somebody. They were planning on kidnapping a senator, but the FBI did the whole plan, did everything, and was just getting this one guy to sign up to it. And when he finally is like, all right, I'll push the button, boom, they come out. Woo!
Oh, wow, that's entrapment.
So, I mean, let me find it, because
that is entrapment in the most sophisticated form. But can you imagine, you're out with your boys, something happens, now you're implicated, and I mean, this happens. That social experiment is a very fascinating experiment. How many people haven't been in that situation and make the wrong choice?
Let me see.
But yeah, I mean, things that keep you up at night.
Yeah. So, what did you think of the? So, for those of you who are listening, that was a clip for an old show that I did with my sister. It was just a thought that that was keeping us up at night, and
I think that should be part of one of our segments. and let me tell you something: if the atom keeps me up at night, and time travel, can you imagine what the Black MacGyver goes through? The dude has manuals.
Oh, I can imagine.
He has manuals.
Oh, here it is. The Gretchen Whitmer kidnapping plot. Have you heard of this?
No, I am not aware.
Okay, so the Gretchen Whitmer kidnapping plot. On October 8th, 2020, the U.S. Federal Bureau of Investigation announced the arrest of 13 men suspected of orchestrating a domestic terror plot to kidnap American politician Gretchen Whitmer, the governor of Michigan, and otherwise using violence to overthrow the state government. Half of the suspects were tied. Of course, they're asking for the infamous.
¡Lo sabía! ¡Lo sabía que era otra pregunta! Tú nunca te quedas ahí, ¿no, verdad? Siempre con el dinero, 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 dinero.
So it says here, half of the suspects were tied to
Can you blow that up a little bit?
Oh, okay. Let me see.
This is interesting. How did this fly under the radar with me? I probably heard a blurb about it. But they never went in debt.
So it says half of the suspects were tied to a paramilitary militia group that called themselves the Wolverine Watchmen. 6 of the suspects were charged in federal court, while the other 7 were charged with state crimes. A week later, a 14th suspect was arrested and charged in state court. 2 men pleaded guilty and offered to testify on behalf of the prosecution as part of a favorable plea deal, while 2 men were acquitted at trial. 2 other men were later found guilty of kidnapping, conspiracy, and conspiracy to possess weapons of mass destruction. One of those men was also convicted of another explosive charge.
Hold it right there. So you're telling me that the FBI concocted this whole thing?
Yeah, check this out. So defense attorneys have argued that at least 12 informants and or undercover agents for the FBI were embedded among the suspect planners. The FBI had acknowledged using 3 informants and 2 agents in their investigation. So 12 out of the 14 people that were involved. Let me see how many. 13. It was let me see here. It says 13 men. So 12
agents.
Were agents, FBI informants and FBI agents. 2 of them were actual agents. The rest of them were FBI informants, and they were all convincing this one guy to do this plot. And then the minute that he was like, because they did like a Darren Brown, they made him, say yes to this, say yes to that. So now he was implicated. So now he had no other choice but to say agree to the thing. And then once he went, okay, I'll do it. Boom, they come and arrest him.
When did this happen?
October 8th, 2020.
So has there been a trial?
I believe, yes. Let's see. Informants, agents, timeline of the events, legal proceedings. Let's see. Were charged in the United States District Court for Western District of Michigan for conspiring to commit kidnapping. The federal charges carry a potential sentence of life imprisonment if convictions are obtained. A federal judge said the federal government had probable cause in the cases against 5 of the defendants and declared they could move forward to trial, while also denying bond to 4 of them. During a court hearing on October 13th, an FBI agent testified that the conspirators had considered leaving Whitmer in a boat in the middle of Lake Michigan and disabling its motor. He also testified that the group had discussed during early stages of the planning kidnapping Virginia Governor Ralph Northam, who had also imposed strict lockdown orders in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. This prompted the FBI to notify members of Northam's security staff about the potential threat.
Okay, so
they were conspiring this threat, and then we're like, oh, by the way, we're thinking about doing this to you. So just heads up, by the way.
Okay, no, but what I want to know, the people, the person that they were implicating and trying to have agreed to this crime. He has a history.
Let me see.
He maybe was planning to do other stuff and they got privy to it.
It says all the members involved were arrested in the night of October 7th and charges were filed against them the next day. Search warrants and arrests were all executed across Michigan. The arrests were reportedly part of the planned effort between the federal and state authorities, launched after evidence discovered indicating the suspects wanted to kidnap Whitmer before the 2020 election. So
also they had plans to do this, and the FBI just exacerbated the situation.
Well, I think what happened was that the FBI were the people planting this information.
Okay, but the whole the genesis of this situation was that initially they were planning something. They didn't go through with it, but they were planning something, and the FBI got involved and just made the situation so that they had the proper things in place to do it. And once they agreed, yes, we're gonna do it, then they it's kind of like a very strange situation. So these guys were planning to do something before the FBI got involved.
Well, I from what I believe, from what I've heard, I'm trying to find maybe a newsworthy video that could potentially break this down. But from what I gather, the FBI, the way it worked was that those people, the informants and everything, were like this guy that they targeted. He was like from I believe he was Middle Eastern, if I'm not mistaken, and the people that were like with him were all of like that same like region, and they were trying to bring him into like this fraternity, so he felt comfortable. He was in a new place, he felt comfortable here.
But initially that person was ratted out by somebody that he was maybe heading towards something of that nature.
I don't know if that was the case, because as far as I heard, that it was
this guy wasn't
wasn't gonna do this if it wasn't for the FBI's involvement.
But what I'm trying to say is that this guy wasn't like squeaky clean. This guy had a history of something.
I don't think so. That's what I'm saying. This guy wasn't gonna do anything. This guy had nothing to do. Wasn't gonna do anything.
Why would the FBI?
That's the question mark.
What's the guy's name?
Let's find out here. Hold on here.
That's our break. Hold that thought. Where we just want to let everybody know that you can reach us through the pyramidshop.com. And if you go to our website, we have a lot of things going on that website. You could join our Substack so you can get emails in reference to our shows. We also have a merch spot on the website which you can buy our Paramount vitamins, which are these guys. This is our own design.
Testimony in the
sorry.
This is our own line of vitamins, which are all mushroom infused vitamins. This one is called Flow, and I take them every day. Then there's the Fortify right there. My TikTok,
vitamin K2 and
my
D3.
TikTokers are not seeing that, but if you go to the pyramidshop.com and watch us live, you can see all of our other products.
As a matter of fact, I'm going to take some of this
that
now.
Pablo is showing you on the other side. But yeah, we have our own vitamin line. We have our own coffee. You can support us this way, which is our fungi coffee. And this coffee is delicious, infused also with mushrooms. And it's a quite good cup of coffee, and it's healthy for you. It's a coffee with a pulse. And then we also have our gear, for the Pyramid Podcast. So with every purchase, anybody who purchases stuff from our website gets upgraded, because right now anybody watching this program is considered a bobolongo. You're a bobolongo. But once you donate or purchase anything off our site, which helps us, value for value, then you get upgraded. Did I just say?
Yes, you did.
Give me a pow pow.
Pues ya da pow pow.
Pow, 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 pow.
You get upgraded to a verdugo.
Yes.
Now you're part of the whole tribe, which is the Pyramid Podcast. And then we have the Wellepoos. Wellepoos just come in and out, in and out, in and out, and don't support.
You know what I was thinking? That we could have a little segment like a Jeff Foxworthy segment. You might be a Wellepoo if.
Exactly.
And with that, we'll go into our break here.
Lucy? Lucy? What was that? You fucked up. Now you need a bow bow. Bow.
If I were the Prince of Darkness, I'd want to engulf the whole world in darkness, and I'd have 1/3 of its real estate and 4/5 of its population, but I wouldn't be happy until I had seized the ripest apple on the tree. So I'd set about, however necessary, to take over the United States. I'd subvert the churches first. I'd begin with a campaign of whispers. With the wisdom of a serpent, I would whisper to you as I whispered to Eve. Do as you please. To the young, I would whisper that the Bible is a myth. I would convince them that man created God instead of the other way around. I would confide that what's bad is good and what's good is square. And the old, I would teach to pray after me, Our Father, which art in Washington. And then I'd get organized. I'd educate authors in how to make lurid literature exciting so that anything else would appear dull and uninteresting. I'd threaten TV with dirtier movies and vice versa. I'd peddle narcotics to whom I could. I'd sell alcohol to ladies and gentlemen of distinction. I'd tranquilize the rest with pills. If I were the devil, I'd soon have families at war with themselves, churches at war with themselves, and nations at war with themselves, until each in its turn was consumed. And with promises of higher ratings, I'd have mesmerizing media fanning the flames. If I were the devil, I would encourage schools to refine young intellects, but neglect to discipline emotions. Just let those run wild. Until before you knew it, you'd have to have drug-sniffing dogs and metal detectors at every schoolhouse door.
Wow.
Within a decade, I'd have prisons overflowing. I'd have judges promoting pornography. Soon I could evict God from the courthouse, then from the schoolhouse, and then from the houses of Congress. And in his own churches, I would substitute psychology for religion and deify science. I would lure priests and pastors into misusing boys and girls and church money. If I were the devil, I'd make the symbol of Easter an egg and the symbol of Christmas a bottle. If I were the devil, I'd take from those who have and give to those who want it until I had killed the incentive of the ambitious. And what'll you bet? I couldn't get whole states to promote gambling as the way to get rich. I would caution against extremes in hard work, in patriotism, in moral conduct. I would convince the young that marriage is old-fashioned, that swinging is more fun, that what you see on TV is the way to be. And thus I could undress you in public, and I could lure you into bed with diseases for which there is no cure.
COVID.
In other words, if I were the devil, I'd just keep right on doing what he's doing. Paul Harvey. Good day.
Wow.
Are you ready to live the real estate dream?
In this city, it's about affordable prestige condo once-in-a-lifetime opportunities.
Feinberg and Van Wyck International Realty. Whether you're new on the market or an old wreck,
We'll take your dream to the limits of prestige in a spacious loft or an outstanding penthouse vision.
it's a 500 square foot glass coated box in the sky with windows that won't open and a doorman that masturbates in your bed while you're at work. Only $3 million, only 3 blocks from the ghetto.
This is an up-and-coming opportunity for the go-getter. Take your future by the throat, throttle it, get mortgaged to the hilt, take no prisoners.
Feinberg and Van Wyck International Realty. We cleared the slums and made the city unaffordable to people except go-getters like you.
Prestige, prestige, prestige. You can be what you want to be, your way, every day.
Visit FeinbergandVanWyck.com.
Being a parent isn't easy, but it just got a little easier with the Trackify wireless location system.
I watch a lot of cable TV news, so I know that everyone is out to abduct and kill my children. So I planted a microchip in their brains. Now, nobody will molest them but me.
Trackify shows your child's exact location at any time, and Trackify's innovative GPS locator chip is implanted at the base of their head, so there's nothing to lose. But Trackify isn't just for kids.
Getting microchipped is great for people like me who have Alzheimer's and wander into traffic. Broccoli, highlighter.
Trackify. Love just got a little easier to keep track of.
Oh,
Wow.
welcome back.
Wow.
Oh, man.
Let me tell you something. Before we return to the topic of this FBI investigation, Paul Harvey, God rest his soul. Tell me this guy in 1965
Didn't just describe 2022 to the
to
T.
the T. This guy was ahead of his game.
Well, if you listen, you know that's who we're
And
fighting.
what we're
the
talking
adversary.
what we're talking about for people on TikTok and Instagram who are not or being bobolongos, because you guys should be going to thepyramid.vids.io
or thepyramidshop.com
and watch the show live, because you're missing out. But what we just heard was Paul Harvey, If I Was the Devil. He describes everything in 1965 that is happening
today.
Like, it is scary.
And
you know what, boy, if the vision, if the image of Elon Musk, I mean, I'm not saying Elon Musk is the devil, but oh God. Let me a quick story before we go back to what we were discussing. I met Paul Harvey, and just so that the audience knows, Paul Harvey was a staple in my life. I would tune in twice a day on the radio. At the time, I was listening to radio 660 on the AM in New York. I had a business at the time, and he would come on at 12. He would come on at 5, I believe. And he had little blurbs, and blurbs were not even part of the vernacular at that time. And I was a huge fan. So one time we went to Benihana in Manhattan, and I see this big white dude. I had never seen who Paul Harvey was. So I'm in Benihana with my wife, and I see this guy get a huge boat of sushi. And I was like, wow, this guy, he was sitting by himself. And I was like, wow, this guy's going to scarf all that down. And true to the word, he sat down. And I saw him bring all the lady the waitress, she brought over a little white bottle and she sat it on the grill. And I saw him pouring like this clear liquid in a little cup and he was drinking. So I asked him, "Sir, what is that you're drinking? Like, why, you don't know what this is?" I'm like, "No." He's like, "This is rice wine. This is what the Japanese call sake. Would you like to try some?" I said, "Sure." So he told the lady, "Can you please bring this gentleman here some sake?" And I tried it, instantly got smitten with sake, and my wife and I started drinking. Then the chef comes over and he does the thing that he does, in the hibachi places, does all the tricks. This guy had steak, shrimp, lobster, ate all that stuff. And we ordered our food. And, he was a very nice dude, And after he finished, he gets up, asks for the check, pays it, and then he leaves. So my wife and I, we continue eating, we have our meal, and after dessert, she also brought us another sake. I told the lady, I didn't order more sake. She's like, no, the gentleman that was here, he ordered it for you. I was like, wow, what a nice thing for this guy to do. So when we finish, we get up, we ask for the bill, and the lady says, "You don't have a bill." I'm like, what? She's like, no, everything is paid for. And I was like, wait a minute, what do you mean everything is paid for? And then she hit me with the lines I'll never forget. "The gentleman next to you, that was Paul Harvey. And he paid for everything, all your food and everything."
That's who we were listening to.
And then I was like, oh my God, I was sitting next to Paul Harvey, my hero.
What are the odds on that?
And I had never seen how he looked like. And wow, what an experience.
But now, how crazy is it that many years later, here you are taking the mantle?
Yes.
After his passing, here you are taking the mantle. And sharing the story.
Yes. And having our audience listen to If I Was the Devil. What a hell.
Would he have known? Now he must be smiling from heaven.
Yes. He was like, wow. And let me tell you, that little passage that he wrote, it's extremely famous for you guys on TikTok and Instagram and all the other platforms that we're on. If you guys haven't listened to If I Was the Devil in its entire
this was requested by the Warlock.
Yes, those are the sounds of hell. Listen to that. This is where the minions
recorded from the bottom of the deepest borehole. And then you have that, and then you also have this one. This is the latest one.
This is coming from Syria, right?
From the Euphrates River.
Yes. Wow, this is some scary shit. You guys are missing now. You got to listen to this. And this is biblical.
What I find interesting is that in the Bible it says when the Euphrates River dries up, right, the demons that were locked under there, that were trapped, will be let free, right?
Right.
And what is Paul Harvey describing? If I were the devil, and it sounds. Oh, you hear that?
Yes, scary stuff.
That was just in the hole. That supposedly.
Yeah, they lowered the mic. Ooh. And listen very well. Can you hear the chains?
Yeah.
In the Bible, they say these demons are chained up in the caves beneath the Euphrates River. You can actually hear the chains. Yo, this is some creepy shit. Wow. So Paul Harvey was definitely ahead of the curve.
So yeah, what I was saying was that that he was saying that, and what he described sounds to us, describing our time right now.
Yes.
And what did the Bible say? That when the Euphrates River dries up, it's the time of the devil. So those things really are adding up. It's very weird.
It's the beginning of the apocalypse.
Yeah. So
and lastly, we always heard about the rapture, right?
Mm-hmm.
Could COVID be the actual rapture? Because a lot of good people that we know and throughout the planet left quickly because COVID, it happened quick and a lot of people died. So could have that been the rapture?
They're black and white, clear as crystal.
So again, shout out to Paul Harvey and again, if you guys haven't listened to If I Was the Devil, go to YouTube, listen to it in its entirety. This was made in 1965, and boy, is that relevant today.
Yes.
So let's go back.
So yes, going
to the
back,
FBI investigation.
Yeah. So
let's not dwell on this too much because we got a lot to cover.
We got a lot to cover. I'm gonna give you the whole load today.
Oh yeah.
So going back to this is the wrapping up the Gretchen Whitmore kidnapping plot that you weren't privy to. So I'm gonna put this up and so you can understand what happened here. But again, we're bringing this up because, like we said, with the whole Push documentary, and
what led us here
was Kanye. Yeah. So, people are aware, like this Darren Brown guy was, that, you can manipulate people into doing things that they wouldn't do. That's not within their character to do. But because of certain circumstances, you basically paint them into a corner where it's your life or the action that you want them to do. And that's where conspiracy theories that happen with Lee Harvey Oswald and all these things, which if you heard recently, some documents got released claiming that the CIA had some involvement in that with the assassination of JFK.
Well, we've known that.
We've all known that for a while, but there's now that's coming out that the proof that is in the pudding. But the whole point is that that's what this guy, Kanye West, was been experiencing. They've been pushing him into the direction that they want him, and he's like, whoa. Like what in his whatever action, in Darren Brown's case, it was to kill somebody, but whatever they want him to do, he was like, I'm not doing that. Like he woke up from, like he was been saying yes and oh yes, I want the money and yes and this deal and that deal and yes and what? No, I don't want to do that. And that's when everything. And then the other thing that Kanye West mentions,
which is reminiscent to, I always refer to this. David Chappelle in one of his specials brings up the concept of the bottom hole.
Right.
And in this, he kind of describes the same situation.
Right.
They put him somewhere, they took him somewhere and told him, enjoy, partake of whatever's going on. And he was like, no.
Well, yeah, well, because from what he says from his own mouth is saying like he's been saying that he has people infiltrating his house, trying to feed information to Kim Kardashian when he's trying to get Kim.
You're talking about Kanye.
Yeah, when he's trying to get Kim Kardashian to be more on the side of Jesus and more religious, he has opposing people that also happen to be Jewish that are persuading her away from his. And I don't know if Pete Davidson is Jewish or not, but I think that might have something to do with it as well. But ultimately, he's feeling this push, and he's resisting against that. But his wife, on the other hand, is so knee deep in this world that have a feeling that she has no choice in the matter. She has to be that woman that shows her body off and poses nude and naked, because otherwise they're probably dangling her lifestyle and has her by the cash, because and it's funny because she's just recently got sued because of this whole I think it was another cryptocurrency or FTX. She might have been involved with FTX, but she was like being an influencer for a cryptocurrency and purporting false information, giving false credibility to a company that really had no bearings to offer that sort of credibility, and inflated which by her endorsing it inflated their price to what it shouldn't be, and she's getting some backlash for that. So it seems to me that she's just following whatever it is that whoever it is that is in control of her, because clearly Kanye wants to get through to her, but she's under some sort of spell that not even he can get through to her.
She's not responsive.
Right. And he says things that, any person that has kids will feel the way that Kanye. Imagine being a father of two kids and wanting your kids to be, having a good example and all this stuff. And then you're over here parading this guy, trying to, put this guy in front of our kids that you're cheating on me with, like.
Wait a minute. So Pete Davidson and Kim were having something going on even before the divorce?
I believe so, yeah.
Well, that I didn't know. But again, all this leads to is that he's angry. He's angry that he has been painted into this corner, that his family has been taken away.
He said it a few times that all they've been asking or all they want is for him to take his pills, the Ritalin, so he can be like the people in that movie that we love, Equilibrium. Take your Soma, take your medication so that you don't feel anything and you're just become a drone.
And you don't violate the sense offense.
Right. And he's feeling, and they don't like it. That's what it is. He's a sense offender, and they don't like it. And one of the things that he's been saying, and the reason he's been so out there with the whole Nazi thing, is that he's saying that he's trying to put a light out there, or shine a light on the fact that you can say whatever you want about a lot of different people or a lot of different things but you mention the Nazis and all of a sudden that's off limits. And he's like, you can say whatever you want about President Trump, about all these other people, and people are like, why don't you just mention the people that affected you, like the individuals, not stop making it like Jewish or whatever. But he's saying the thing is, if I make it Jewish, or if I say, it's the Nazi regime, it's all of a sudden all these people come out of the woodwork to muzzle me.
Okay, but how does the Jewish community play
a role to? Well, he claims that the religion within itself, and if you're a Catholic, or a Christian, this in some level resonates with you, which is that the religion itself of Judaism is been perverted, which is why Jesus did what he did, because he's been looking around and like the way they circumvent the Bible, because they have a whole Talmud, which is this guy Ari Shafir. He had a whole special on it, which we watched, right, on all the things of the Talmud. And what the Talmud is, God says that on the Sabbath you can't mess with anything electricity, no electricity. So they ask a rabbi, how do we circumvent that law? And that's like, no, you don't circumvent the law. God said that that's what it is, and that's what it is.
So initially what he is saying, that the Jewish community has hacked the Bible.
That they've hacked that they don't look to the Torah like the way we look to the Bible. They look to the Talmud, which is like, how do I circumvent everything? How do I go around? That's what the whole Talmud is about. It's like, oh,
like that
like I
whole-
can't have pork, right? But what if some guy, I'm making a soup and he
accidentally drops,
or purposefully, purposely to sabotage my soup? What if he throws in some ham in there? And there's a ratio that they had worked out, that if you have this amount of ham in your soup, it's okay, you can eat it.
And
kind of a
this
deal.
is so initially this is what brought him, gave him that label of anti-Semitism.
What he's saying is that what he's noticing is that, yes, a lot of these individuals that happen to be Jewish, that he's interacting with, that are trying to ensnare him in these contracts and trying to juice him for his artistic creation, right? But at the same time, he's saying that, yes, it's the individuals, but it goes even deeper to the theology, because the individuals are just working off of the theology, and that the Jewish religion itself purports, which is why, like, if you look back, it seems to me that nobody likes Jewish people around, because apparently the way of thinking always undermines everyone else around. Everyone else is like, dude, it's supposed to, if you want equal thing or equal rights or whatever, but then when we give you rights, you shut us out. You only go to your own. We give you the same benefits that we do, and you take your money and you keep it within your own community, and you block everyone else out, and you don't benefit anyone else but the Jewish people. So how is that helping America as a whole?
And this is where he came up with the term Jumanati.
I think so. So like, that's his. I mean, me saying this is not my opinion. Is what I'm kind of
what you're unpacking from what
he's saying, and from what this other guy, his sidekick, Mr. Nick Fuentes, is saying. But
he also says some very controversial statement, which was that he didn't agree with what the Nazis did, but in the end he loves the Nazis or something like that.
Well, yeah, he did say I love the Nazis, but again, that was him doing more of a Jesus thing.
Okay,
where he's
so
saying like, I love.
The reason
people.
I bring that up is because there's a story in the Bible where Jesus is preaching, with his disciples. Now, I am no Bible scholar. I'm no way religious. I believe in the Almighty. I believe there's an all-powerful being that created us, but I'm not religious, and I'm not deep into religion. But I did hear, I do dabble in, learning about the way of Jesus, because I it's fascinating to me, and there's a story where he's preaching and the Pharisees are like, yo, who is this guy? He's saying he's the son of God. Like, this guy's crazy. Like, who does he think he is? He's being blasphemous, so on and so forth. But there comes a time where, by way of his preaching, by way of his miracles, and what he has done in his track work, where the Pharisees say, I think, we thought this guy was crazy, but he's doing this and he's doing that. This might be our man.
Right.
And then finally, they cross that bridge and they say, okay, we believe you. Okay, so what do we do? How are we going to get rid of these Romans? How are we going to exterminate this plague that's been plaguing us and taking advantage of us? How are we going to get rid of the Romans? How are we going to battle back and get our holy ground back? So what do we do? Are we gonna like recruit men? Are we gonna how we get arms? And Jesus, like in the story, says, "What are you talking about?" Because you're our savior. You're gonna save us. So we're gonna get rid of the Romans, right? He's in more modern terms, because I do not know scripture, but the gist of it is, he said, "Dude, I'm here not only for you, but I'm here for them as well." And humankind.
Right. Humanity
as a whole. I'm here to save everybody.
Right.
And they're like, wait a minute. You're here to save us and you're here to save the Romans? What?
And it's in that mentality, because you know what? He has a little bit, I mean, I don't want us to get canceled here, but Kanye does have something, a point to make, because if the Jewish people were so about, like the message of like being kind and helping one another like they are to each other as a Jewish community, they were like that to everybody, it will be a different story. But they're not. And if you go back to Mecca, which is like, obviously it's Israel, where this is where Jewish.
No, Mecca is not in Israel.
No, I'm saying obviously Mecca is not in Israel. I'm saying the Mecca version for
the Holy Land.
The Holy Land. Yeah, let's not confuse Mecca and
you got fact checkers out there.
What I'm saying is, their holy
Mecca.
Their Mecca, their Holy Land, Israel, right? That should be the most, like, it should be a whole land of like monks and kind people, and almost an example of heaven here on earth. And it's the exact opposite. And what do you see? You see the Jewish people pushing out Palestinians by gunpoint out of their own home and saying, oh, by law, you don't live here no more, and pushing people out. So it's like, on the one hand, it's hard to defend them when they do things of that nature, right?
But again,
when it was after World War II when we gave them that land.
Hold on, so that we don't get labeled as anti-Semitic.
No, I'm just being factual here.
That's not the Jewish people. That's the Israeli government that's doing that.
Yeah, that's the Israeli government, but not really. Because you only have claim if you're Jewish. You only have claim to Palestinian land if you're Jewish.
But hold on. It's the Israeli government. Okay?
Okay.
We have nothing against Jews.
No.
I got good friends who are Jewish.
I'm not trying to say any, Jewish people as a whole. I'm just trying to say that
I get what you're saying.
that when you say when it's hard to like the same thing with Catholics. It's hard to defend Catholics too, because the same on the one end you preach on kindness and all this other stuff, but I went to Catholic school and there was nothing but kindness. In fact, me after leaving my Catholic school, I find out that the teachers that my teachers showed porn to students and got fired. People have done all kinds of craziness. And one of the priests.
So what you're saying is, when you were in Catholic school, right?
I was.
They were preaching kindness and all this, but yet at the same time,
right,
they were doing all this nefarious.
At the same time, I felt like there was a moment I'll never forget where it was a religious class, and it was a nun teaching the class, and I had because of my friends that I hung out with, I had a reputation of, oh, he's a riffraff kind of a thing, right? But at the same time, they couldn't deny that I was smart and was a good student. I was fascinated about a lot of the subjects, clearly because I passed all my tests, right? So I'm in this religious class, and I wanted to learn. I was there because I was interested, but because my friends were doing something, she already lumped me in with those people. But I'm like, no, don't lump me in. I want to be here. I want to learn.
Right.
And she was like, no, you don't get that opportunity. You're not allowed to be part of this class. And I'm
just
like,
because you're friends, you were associated with those guys.
right. So I'm like, how can you automatically pass judgment on me when I didn't even do anything? I haven't even done anything. And that moment, I was infuriated because she already put me down as a troublemaker and got me or said I was in trouble for I haven't done anything. And
so it's that whole adage of like, he who cast the first stone kind of a deal.
So it was like, you say one thing, but then you do another. You say,
which is why I pulled you out.
So it was an eye opener. And then and then years after I graduated, looking back and researching about the school, some of the priests were found doing things with kids that wasn't appropriate. And that's the thing with the Catholic religion. It's like, at the one hand, you preach all this other stuff, and like one of the things that you say all the time, and I hate to be sacrilegious and all that, but people go to church, they get the Eucharist, and they act all like, oh, I'm saved, and then it doesn't even take a minute. The second they walk out of the church, boom, they're back to their normal habits.
I've seen it.
Everything they claim to be saved from, they had totally forgotten. And even when they're doing the confession, it's like, whew, now I can rack up. It's like, you paid off your debt. Okay, now I can rack up the credit card yet again. And it's like,
well, look, in this, I'll say with pure honesty, we are human beings, and we're flawed. We make mistakes every day. I certainly have made mistakes that I regret, but we learned from that.
Right.
We learned from that. But going to church, getting the Eucharist, and feeling the sense of like, okay, my slate is clean. Don't give you the right to then go leave church and then consciously, willingly sin.
There's people that sit there and sin while they're in church. I've seen people, I mean, I'm not going to name names, but I've seen people who were married looking at other people's wives, at the church. And it's like, dude.
Again, that is what it is to be human,
but it's like you preach one thing and then you practice another.
So while we're
but that's
getting at,
that's the followers, that's the people preaching.
What we're getting at is there's a flaw in every religion.
Right.
There's a flaw in us. We just tried to, at least this is the way I take it. I try to do the best I can. I do fuck up from time to time. And I try to, correct the situation where I fucked up and not do it again. But when it comes to, religion and back to Kanye, I think that his message, he is trying to do so much, and they're taking him out of context, and I just believe that he's trying to follow, at least from what I gather, because I'm not his friend. I'm not with him every day, but from what I've seen on the media, he's trying to follow in the footsteps of Jesus.
Right.
And by him saying that he loves the Nazis, he's not saying he loves what they did, but
he loves them despite what they did.
Exactly. Despite what they did, and he forgives them for what they did, such as what Jesus
and he also acknowledges that, unfortunately, we have to acknowledge something, and it's it's shameful. We don't want to admit it, but it's the truth, and we have to face it. Hitler did a lot of amazing things. Because if it wasn't for Hitler, if it wasn't, but listen here, if it wasn't for Hitler, a lot of the things that we enjoy, right? A lot of the, the German brands that everyone wishes. I mean, my own uncle, his symbol, the thing that I associated him with is the BMW, a German brand, which was also linked to the Nazi party. You have the BMW, you have Mercedes linked to they built Mercedes for Hitler. There's a lot of things out here that they built for Hitler that we enjoy today. But that being said,
so what you're saying is, hold on, what you're saying is, if Hitler did not do the atrocities with the Jews, right?
Mm-hmm.
And didn't invade all these countries in what we say in Spanish, a la mala, like
manhandle himself in there.
Yeah, he pushed his way and invaded countries, and he did the heinous acts that he did against the Jewish people. If he didn't do all that, Hitler would be one of the icons.
Think of some of the things that he was doing as a side project, looking at all the ancient things of the world, collecting all these things, working on the bell, working on anti-gravity, working on all these things.
And the space program is actually linked to him.
Right. And the whole thing, we got to the moon because of Werner von Braun, a Nazi, and we took a bunch of Nazi scientists, and God knows what they're responsible for. For all we know, internet and the whole infrastructure of all of life that we enjoy right now could have been designed by a Nazi in some military base, because we all know that military has it first before it comes down to the consumer. And that's where I believe that this is what Kanye is trying to get to the mind. Like, you're so afraid to even peel back the truth and the fact that Nazi, as much as you hate it, it is embedded in our lives. What they have done is already embedded into our lives, and we have to face it. Yes, this guy did something horrible, but if we just block out that whole period, we're covering our eyes to something real, like the whole Indiana Jones series, right? Everything that Indiana Jones is all about is him facing the Nazi party. And what was the Nazi party doing? Looking for the most amazing things of the world, looking for the Ark of the Covenant,
I think that what we're losing in translation is, okay, Hitler was at the forefront of technology, right? He was looking into our past. He actually did some architecturally, he did some amazing things. But what we have to realize that all these things that he was doing, right, was basically to bolster his evil plan.
Well, yes, but again, there's
we know
layers
there are layers, but in the end, he was seeking world domination.
Well, here's the devil's advocate, the Kanye West perspective, right? That's what you think. That's what you think. But in reality, if we have learned anything in the last couple years, is that everything that we know is a lie. Everything that we hear is a lie, and all the history that they feed us is propaganda, right? None of it is the truth. I can almost imagine that the people that were in that region have a whole totally different memory or history and of what actually went on as opposed to what we went on.
Yeah, I mean, I've watched a lot of I'm a big World War II buff, and what I've gotten as far from the things I've watched because remember, the king of propaganda was Hitler. He was the king. I mean, this guy, he had movie style productions.
Well,
in his propaganda.
How would you say he's the king? I think the big boys. I'm sorry, but I have to say the big boys and the people he looked to were the glory guys of United States of America. I think we're the propaganda.
I think
of the world.
I think that now this is going to sound very controversial, but the reason I say the king of propaganda is because I believe that Hitler weaponized propaganda. Propaganda has been around for a long time. I think since the dawn of man. But Hitler was able to weaponize it to the point that he, through his propaganda, he embedded a hatred to a certain group of humans so that there's justification for why he did.
I just feel like
that. Now, with that said, that this guy's mind, that Hitler was brilliant, and we might get thrown off every platform.
I'm not saying I'm not saying
Hitler
that
was brilliant.
I don't know how much he was brilliant in himself, or the people that he held in his cabinet, or the people that he kept around him, or what, or who was the person that was
he was at the forefront of a regime.
But I think ultimately what I'm getting with this is that.
Well, let me finish my thought. I believe Hitler through his regime, and he was the head of this regime. He was the Fuhrer. Through his propaganda, through all the things that he set in place. The dude, there is a term that fits him perfectly, and that's evil genius. Lex Luthor in Superman
was an evil genius.
Is an evil genius. This guy's brilliant.
Right.
But that he's evil, yes. That he wants world domination, yes. That his agenda is for himself, yes. But you can't take away the fact that the dude thinks differently and is brilliant in his own right. Do we love Hitler? Absolutely not.
No.
Do we admire Hitler? Absolutely not.
No.
Because he did some definite atrocities
to
humankind.
I just think what we're trying to get to is the core of what Kanye West is.
Yeah, well, this is what the media tries to hide, is the fact that the dude, even though he was evil, this guy was a trendsetter.
Right.
I mean, even in the uniforms, in the style.
But not only in the uniforms and the style.
Can you imagine?
And even in the symbol, he took the symbol. Then that swastika wasn't his own creation.
No.
That was an ancient Buddhist symbol that he robbed and made it, what it is. But that symbol is a very religious and spiritual symbol that he embedded into his regime. And he's taking parts from the ancient world and is using and wielding it in a way that,
you know what Hitler reminds me of? The Masons. How the Masons take chunks from all religions
and symbology and all that other stuff.
I mean, I have a book
that
I gave you. It's the Manly P. Hall's Secret Teachings of All Ages. And in that book, see how take from every culture, from every religion, from every belief system, they take bits and pieces and they embed it into their cult fraternity, and makes what do you call him? What do you call when you Masonic lore into this, grandiose fraternity? I mean, it's brainwashing at a very high level,
right?
Which is Hitler was very adept in doing, in brainwashing.
Well, just look at this symbol here. Let me see. Now, this is a Nazi symbol, this right here. Now, how is this symbol any different than America? We got the bald eagle right here, which is based in Christianity. You have the cross right here. I mean, he's taking a lot of what.
And now you said something very, very explosive that a lot of people don't know. But the Pope was on Hitler's side.
Oh, wow. That I didn't know.
Google it. The Pope and Hitler. They were contributing to the regime.
Let me see here. Oh, wow. Look at this.
What up, Cat? Cat is
wow, you see the Pope and Hitler, look, sitting down here, having a kind of conversation. But let's see what I can find here. Show a secret back channel between the Pope, Pius the 12th, and Hitler, as he led Hitler's Pope is a book published in 1999 by the British journalist and author John Cornwell that examines the actions of Eugenio Pasili, who became Pope Pius the 12th before and during the Nazi era. The Pope who thought he could negotiate with Hitler. Hitler's Pope. Let's see. Let's see if they have a synopsis. It says here, Eugenio Pasili became Pope Pius XII before and during the Nazi era, and explores the charge that he assisted in the legitimization of the Adolf Hitler's Nazi regime in Germany through the pursuit of a Reichsstandarte in 1933. The book is a critical of Pius's conduct during the Second World War, arguing that he did not do enough or speak out enough against the Holocaust. Cornwell argues that Pius's entire career as a nuncio, an apostolic nuncio is I need some help here. Ecclesiastical diplomat serving as an envoy or permanent diplomatic representative of a holy see to a state or to an internal organization. A nuncio is appointed by and represents the holy see and is the head of the diplomatic.
In a nutshell, people who are listening to this podcast can dive into this deeper if they want.
But apparently,
the Catholic religion, the Pope, supported Hitler.
So you know, there's
so
things
you could say all that you want about the Jews. You could say all that you want about the Christians.
And what Kanye is trying to say here is like, listen, yes, there is freedom of religion, but at the same time, you have to look at your dollar bill says, "In God we trust." And I'm sorry, but the person that they were speaking to, the God that they were referring to, was the same God of the Christian faith. You know, that's the God that they were, just the people in the minds, that's what they were referring to. Now they, in their minds, are expanding their God to be, if that's the same God as everyone else's God, you know, so that's where freedom of religion, whoever your God is, it's still, you know, our God is no different than Allah, right? Theoretically.
Right. It's the same God.
It's the same God, right? It's just the next layer down.
It's the interpretation of each individual religion on who God is.
Who God is, right? So, you know, this whole country is built on "in God we trust." You know?
Here's the irony of it all. You know, so that we can end this uncomfortable conversation about Hitler.
And
Hitler was a Christian. Hitler was a God-fearing person,
which is a crazy thing to think of.
Hitler believed in God, but
that's what this is what Kanye and
but yet him being a God-fearing person, believing in God, believing in Jesus. Look at the atrocities
that he was willing to accept.
Yeah, that he was allowed and
pursued
and promoted.
Yeah, I mean,
if you go back into antiquity, you see that, you know, the Knights Templars were no different.
That's the thing. It's like, But I think
these people were killing people left and right in the name of Jesus.
Right. And I think the ultimate message of what Kanye is trying to say is all this stuff that we mentioned, we can say the stuff about the Pope. We can say the stuff about the Catholic religion and how, you know, the priests have now this bad reputation attached to them, and how the people that go to church, you know, pretend to be all pious or whatever. But if we say anything about the Jewish people, boom, all of a sudden his monetary funds, everything that he owns is in jeopardy.
Well, look what happened to Sinead O'Connor. You remember her?
Yeah, that's right. And what was it that she did? She
ripped a picture of the Pope in front, you know, on I saw that live.
Yeah, she was singing the Bob Marley's song, right? Don't no war or
war.
Yeah, war.
And she rips his photo. Now back then, I was knee deep in the Matrix. And when I saw that, it's like, what the fuck is this woman doing? Oh, Christ.
That was your Will Smith slap.
Yeah, I was like, whoa. Because I was a huge Sinead O'Connor fan.
Right.
But then the curiosity in me was wondering why she did this. And I started to dive in, research. Back then, there was no internet. I just, you know, used the tools that I had. And then I realized her gripe, you know, and then I was like, she might have went the wrong way about doing this.
But there's not an easy way to approach it either.
Yeah, so
there's no right way to,
and that's the problem with religion.
That's the problem with, because you know what Sinead O'Connor did. How is that any different to what this guy Edward Snowden did? Right? He noticed something that clearly was corruption, clearly was against the law, and said, you know, the United States government shouldn't be spying on us, the citizens. Is spying on those people out there, not us. And then we ban him. You know, these sacred ideas that cannot be broken by anybody. We need to, you know, like this whole JFK thing. You know, people are one side of the fence or another side of the fence. We need to just break all these ideas down and realize, like, you know, why are you holding up these ideas like they're God? You know, they can be broken. You know, they could be bent like the Matrix. They can be bent and they can be broken. I mean, that's the nature of a lawyer. What they do is they look at, you know, the law and they bend it and break it to where it fits, and, you know, semantics and how it the case is. And
I'm about to say something that I'm probably gonna regret.
Oh no.
Maybe I shouldn't say it, but fuck it. I'm going to take a chance.
Okay.
In comparison to the Nazi regime, we've done some pretty nasty shit to our own people.
We've done some nasty shit to the world. I mean,
if you look
how many freaking people in Afghanistan and Iraq alone, innocent people, that we just blew up for weapons of mass destruction.
No, but even further back, the Tuskegee experiment.
I mean, all that. I mean,
the Tuskegee experiment,
or
the eugenics program through Planned Parenthood,
or this guy, Michael, what's his name? From the
Michael Rupert,
when he catches the CIA dealing drugs, like, dude, and then he says something about it,
and then the United States. I love this country. It's my home.
But we have a lot of growing up to do.
It's my home and I love it. I don't want to go anywhere. Don't tell me, well, if you don't like it, get the fuck out.
Right.
I'm just saying we can make it better.
Right.
And this is little nasty little thing. Like they make it seem so benevolent. Planned Parenthood.
Right.
So nice.
Yeah, so nice.
But when you dive in deep into this thing, this was actually a eugenics program.
Well, I mean, I don't know how much of I don't know too much on the eugenics part. But what I do know,
Google it. Google.
But wait,
Planned Parenthood eugenics, and you're gonna be
I'm
surprised.
sure. But what that might sound conspiratorial to some people out there. But what I would say is that people that cannot deny is the things that the contraceptive stuff that they prescribe and give to women does nothing but harm them. The IUDs that they put in there, the what that bar? What is that bar that they put? It's like a bar that they insert into women.
Oh yeah.
That has like a coating of like some kind of enzyme to prevent that hurts them. The pill that hurts them. They push this stuff.
Okay, but hold that
as if
my mind is spinning. Hitler exterminated a bunch of innocent Jewish people.
Mm-hmm.
And now us as the United States, we're like, oh, we gotta bring this man down.
Mm-hmm.
But yet, we gave blankets filled with smallpox to the Indian nation and exterminated them. How are we different?
We're not.
How are we different?
I mean, we're not.
We did the same thing to these beautiful people, American Indians. We exterminated them. We took them. They did the same thing that Hitler did.
Well, I just feel that Hitler might have taken a page from America because he looks at America and says, America seemed to like slavery. That seems like a good idea.
Whoa,
America seems to like all these things, all the things that we happen to like. Germans seem to be the forefront, like the cars and the fashion and all these things that Americans seem to like and enjoy. Well, if you look behind, it's a German company.
I mean,
so I don't know. There's a lot of things that
we human beings are fucked up.
But you know what?
We do some fucked up shit.
In the end, we have to remember something very important that God intended. We can't have light without darkness. We can't have good without evil. That's why we have free will. Just because he intended for the balance to be that way. Hitler needed to exist. Unfortunately, as heinous as that might be, that situation, right? And Hitler and all that stuff, after the World War, that opened up a wave of prosperity to America that we have never seen, and a comfort that we've never had, to a point that people that are living today that are watching this war, this is their first time ever experiencing anything like this before. And it was because after World War II and after what we did, one of the things I heard was, have you noticed a lot of like movies and a lot of video games are all based around World War II, World War I, around that?
It's a fascinating time in history.
But they say the reason that they base it around that is because it's one of the last wars that we could feel good about going into. Every war after that, it got so gray that it's kind of like
my whole
the Vietnam War, the Korean War.
love
the Gulf War.
I love where I live. You know, I love America. America is a beautiful country,
Mhm.
right? I just don't like the fact that, you know, these politicians and these government officials try to paint America as of like this squeaky clean country that, you know, oh, we're not 1940 Germany. They were bad.
Right.
We like if we're cavemen, you bad, me good.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? No, we're not.
We're not.
We have done some heinous atrocities
To ourselves. Let
Like
alone what we do to everyone else.
like I said, we gave infected blankets to these Indians to wipe them out. We took them from their land. We took their land.
Not only that,
and then placed them in like this crunchy little like places where you cannot even grow anything.
Right.
You know, but yeah, we're good.
Oh yeah, we're the good ones.
We're good. And this brings me up, and I'll let you finish your thought. This brings me up on this whole thing where all these statues are being brought down, like, you know, statue of Robert E. Lee and all. I think that's an atrocity that they're bringing down all these statues and all these monuments. Not because I agree with what they did, but that is proof. That is proof that we as Americans, our hands are not clean. But by removing statues of Christopher Columbus, statues of Robert E. Lee, and all these generals that were part of the Civil War and they were pro-slavery and all that, that should remain up, right? But with a plaque saying
why he was such a bad person
yes,
and blah blah blah.
Because if we take all these things down, we're gonna forget.
And that's a problem.
100 years.
That's what this guy Graham Hancock says.
100 years from now, 150 years from now, 200 years from now, we're gonna be like, oh, we were spectacular, you know.
Right.
But if these monuments stay, we're gonna be like, look, that's a constant reminder of what we shouldn't do.
Right.
What we shouldn't do. And we're trying to pasteurize, homogenize, and change our history. And I think that's an atrocity. That I believe that these people were bad. Yes, they were bad. But that's a constant reminder of not going to repeat history over again. And by you taking down these statues, we're going to forget. And then we're going to find ourselves in the same.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's what this guy, Graham Hancock, what he was saying is humanity is a species with amnesia. And we tend to forget. And that's the whole thing with the news cycle. You know, the news cycle goes in and we learn about this thing and then we forget what happened 4 years ago. And we forget, you know, now that everything is negative on Trump, we forget that we were the same way with Obama. We were the same way with George Bush. We were the same way.
George Bush, they clapped. They were clapping when they were like, yes, you evil son of a bitch. I'm glad you're getting out.
Right.
Then Obama comes along. He has a good rapport with Obama. And then Trump comes along. Bush kind of disagrees with Trump's way of leading the country. Now Bush is a good guy.
Yeah.
Now Bush is like, you know, the sweetheart. You know, but yet
Do you remember when he was on the tarmac leaving the office, how you guys clapped and we were like, yeah, we are a fucking complicated species. My Lord.
And with that, it's going on to our next break.
I'm a mom, so I often cheat on my husband when he's at work.
The Trackify homing tracking beacon can send instant location updates to your phone, so you know if your wife is at a rest area taking it in the can from a stranger. Trackify's innovative GPS locator chip is implanted at the base of their head, so there's nothing to lose. Get the trust and peace of mind you deserve. Trackify, love just got a little easier to keep track of.
Hello?
Hey!
Jason, I really miss you.
Me too. That's why I'm calling you on my new Wiz wireless camera phone. Hey, I just sent your phone a picture. Check it out.
What's that?
My junk?
Connect. Live now. This is the moment. With Wiz Wireless, you can take pictures of yourself aroused and send it to friends. Play with your ringtones. Take a pic of your boss changing at the gym. Avoid people and save time by tapping out text messages that take 20 times longer than if you'd called. It's the incredibly lonely, passive-aggressive future of Wiz Wireless.
Can you see my junk now? Good.
Wiz Wireless. Do the social vibe.
Did you hear the first commercial?
Well, I was doing my antics with
I'm a mom, so I often cheat on my husband when he's at work.
The Trackify homing tracking beacon can send instant location updates to your phone, so you know if your wife is at a rest area taking it in the can from a stranger. Trackify's innovative GPS locator chip is implanted at the base of their head, so there's nothing to lose. Get the trust and peace of mind you deserve. Trackify, love just got a little easier to keep track of.
That's the Neuralink.
Yes, the Neuralink.
So in this quick break here, we're gonna do our famous ohms.
Oh, before we start homing, I just want to let the people know that again we have our own line of vitamins. Can you give a little explanation of our line of vitamins? We have Flow.
Yes, so Flow is I believe it's the shaga mushrooms, and then we have the Optimal, which is our multivitamin gummies here.
Those are good.
Yes, and we have here our Brain Boost. We just ran out of Brain Boost, so we gotta tell the staff here.
Up. Yeah, Brain Boost is really good. You know, I'm an Uber driver by trade. That's how I support myself and my family, and this keeps me sharp.
And for those that are experiencing, like we did, a little cough, a little, cold, a little, feeling under the weather, well, here's your
Fortify.
And get your Fortify. It's vitamin K2 and D3. It's great for immune health and bone health. It supports, it has vitamin D3 and K2 and biopyrine, which is a black pepper fruit extract, and some calcium. And what this does is gives you the vital nutrients that your body needs in order to fight off infections.
And this is our label. You know, Pyramid Vitamins is a take off the pyramid, which is our podcast and our logo. This is our line of vitamins. And let me tell you, people who are not supplementing, you guys are making a big mistake. With all the junk that we eat, with all the garbage that we eat that have hardly any nutrition to it.
Right.
You know, we have to supplement. I listen to, I'm a big fan of Coast to Coast.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a doctor that goes on. I forget his name off the top of my head, but he says, guy, he's 88 years old. And he could run circles around me.
and he attributes it. He doesn't promote his own line of vitamins or anything. He just says the key to longevity is supplementing. You need your vitamin, what is it, D3?
Yeah, D3 is great. And what people don't
Vitamin
realize
C is very important.
vitamin D is the one vitamin that isn't really a vitamin. It's a hormone that our body produces. And that's why, when you're out in the sun, it triggers that hormone in our body to be released. And that is how you produce it. And what this vitamin does is triggers that same response in your body. And you need that because that your hormone of your vitamin D hormone regulates things like your immune health, and it regulates those things. So
And with all the hustle and bustle we go through, how many of us get a chance to just go out and just soak up the sun a little bit?
Hardly ever.
Hardly ever. And if you think about it, there's a lot of things that benefit us. Zinc, vitamin C, vitamin D3, a lot of herbs. But if we start taking separately all these vitamins, we're gonna end up with a stack of pills this high.
Right.
So you take a multivitamin.
Exactly. This stack right here, you got your Fortify, your Brain Boost, and your Optimal stack. Your Brain Boost are the mushrooms that you need, which are you got your shiitake mushrooms, your lion's mane, your shaga mushroom, your turkey tail, your white button mushroom fruiting body, your black fungus mushrooms, your royal sun mushrooms. You have a myriad of all the wonderful mushrooms that benefit our body in this supplement here. And this one, you got obviously your K2 and your D3, which also helps with your immune system, like we said. And then you have your Optimal, which is a multivitamin. So you stack these three things here. You have your mushrooms that supplement you on your cellular health. You have your brain health. You have your Fortify, which supplements your immune health, and you have your Optimal that covers everything else, including the zinc and everything else. And the Optimal and Brain Boost are both in delicious gummies, so it's not hard to take.
Great way.
The Fortify is
taking your
a capsule. You see, it's a gel capsule here, but it's a veggie capsule, and this is the only I take it. It's really good, and I find that it works. So
I take all these, right? And we'll eventually when we're gonna expand on our line, but I suffer from bad knees. I take turmeric, and the turmeric pills, which we have to start investigating, maybe a turmeric supplement to add to our Paramin line. This thing works. The turmeric really helps with inflammation, and we have to supplement because the foods that we're eating, let's not get into GMOs.
Right.
I mean, one of the most benevolent foods that I find is corn, right? Corn is good. It's fresh. Buy it in the corn on the husk.
It's the biggest GMO commodity.
It's one they're saying stay away from sweet corn because that's GMO and it's extremely bad for us. So with all the garbage that they're selling us, the FDA passes all this shit.
Right.
We're consuming it. And it's vacant of a lot of nutrients. So there was, back in the day, I used to hear, oh, you're taking supplements, you just what you're providing is expensive piss.
Well, no, not really.
Because they say, oh,
piss it out.
Piss it out.
Mhm.
Like our boy Neil. Remember our boy Neil?
Yeah.
We used to have, how in the hell can you drink a whole case of Coors Light?
I piss it out.
Piss it out. And that's what they would say about supplementing. But taking one bottle is not going to do it. You got to consistently take your supplements. You know, I supplement every day.
Yeah.
You know, you have, and I think that supplementing, you know, has kept us off the bad cuco. You know, we've had it a couple times, but it's been very mild.
Yeah.
The cuco, I'm going to do a Joe Biden. It's COVID. it's our code word for COVID.
And with that,
come on, man.
Come on, man. And with that, I think our break is over. So I teased that we're gonna do a quick little So you ready? Right, go.
Are we gonna to Jonathan Goldman or you got something else?
I got this heart chakra solfeggio frequency.
Oh, frequency, very important. Which is why we're such fans of Bob Marley, because of his frequency.
That's right.
Whenever you're ready.
All right. For those of you out there,
join us
and taking a nice relaxing Om. Take a deep breath.
We have to incorporate Enigma. Close your eyes. Take a deep breath and relax.
Yes.
All that shit that we were talking about just
So
dissipated.
really quickly, we're gonna, because I promised that I was going to give you the.
I'm gonna give you the whole load today.
You do that, Biden. Let's go, Brandon.
So we had a lot of topics. We went down the Kanye rabbit hole into the Nazi regime. Now let's dig ourselves out of that debacle. And just to wrap up, because you weren't aware of the FBI concocted kidnapping plot, I wanted to bring this up so that our audience isn't left on a cliffhanger here. So I want to play this as a 2-minute clip. Explains what I was talking about here.
Perfect.
Croft is expected. Fox and accused of organizing the plot to kidnap the governor over the state's COVID-19 shutdown in the summer of 2020.
Their first trial ended in a hung jury and the acquittal of 2 other men. News 8's Joe LaFurgey has more from the federal courthouse in Grand Rapids.
As this retrial nears an end, we're hearing from one of the men found not guilty in the first trial.
This is a group of dudes who shoot guns and talk crap.
Brandon Caserta should know. He was part of the group. Caserta was one of 13 men arrested in October of 2020, charged in connection with a plot to kidnap Governor Whitmer over the state's COVID-19 lockdown. Caserta was tried along with Adam Fox, Barry Croft, and Daniel Harris this spring. The jury found Caserta and Harris not guilty. They couldn't agree on a verdict for Fox and Croft, who the government claims led the effort. Government lawyers asked for a retrial.
I think it's sad, I think it's ridiculous that the government's still going to try to continue to push this narrative that these people are actually terrorists. I hope this jury does, the same thing that the last jury did for us. They don't deserve to be in here for saying mean things and offending people.
But federal prosecutors say Fox and Croft's actions went well beyond saying mean and offensive things. For the last 2 weeks, they presented evidence to the jury they say shows Fox and Croft organized the planning and training that would result in the kidnapping of Governor Whitmer from her northern Michigan cottage, either taking her to Wisconsin where they would try her or leaving her stranded on a boat in Lake Michigan. The defense claims the FBI, through undercover agents and informants, were behind the plan, and that Fox and Croft were duped into going along with it.
The FBI obviously concocted this entire thing, and without them present, this would never have happened.
Caserta spent 18 months in jail before the jury decided his fate in April. And while he thinks Fox and Croft should be acquitted, he didn't help their case. Caserta was subpoenaed to testify for the defense, but instead pled the Fifth Amendment earlier this week. While Caserta was clear of federal charges, there were concerns his testimony could incriminate him in pending state cases involving the kidnapping plot. Caserta has been a free man since April 8th, which was also his birthday. He says he's not giving up his anti-government views, but he's not looking over his shoulder.
Everything was taken from me. My entire life was just taken from beneath me, and I'm still trying to build that back up. But it's happening. Things are moving forward. I live my life and do my thing without fear. I'm sure the FBI is still going to watch me, probably forever. But so what? That doesn't change my beliefs.
The defense is expected to wrap up their case tomorrow with closing arguments set for Monday. And after that, it goes to the jury. In Grand Rapids, Joe LaFurgie, News 8.
So that's your.
So it goes to show you that the jury found some inconsistencies.
Yeah.
They were a hung jury. They acquitted 2 of them.
Right.
And yeah, we're the shining star.
Mm-hmm.
We got some tweaking to do.
For sure. So now, for those of you who are wondering, today's episode title, I titled it Kollapse with a K. And the reason I did that is because I have some interesting stories here. First thing, our Michael Rupert, right? The guy that we uncovered, and that was the name of his documentary, Kollapse, right?
We got a picture over here of one of our guys that we like. His name is Riley L. Martin.
Mm-hmm.
He was the guy who was abducted and has a whole canon about him being abducted and his experience with the UFO thing. We need to have a picture of Michael Rupert in here.
Yeah, we do. So Michael Rupert, it's funny because that documentary was in 2009, and he had since passed away. And ever since
mysteriously passed away
through a mysterious suicide. He was suicided. And ever since that report, things that where he left off, now what he was predicting is slowly opening. Now he had said it in the documentary that the hard thing to pin down is when things will happen. When is the collapse going to happen? And now what we had found, the big light bulb that turned on was
peak oil.
But that is not the only thing bringing the collapse. Now, for those that are listening, I used to work for an investment bank, a large investment bank. And one of my roles at that position was to investigate it was called KYC, AML, which is anti-money laundering policy, which is I had to go out and investigate different customers of ours, which were large banks and large corporations, and investigate whether or not they were doing nefarious things. Now, me being the person that I am, I definitely found companies that were doing nefarious things, and I would bring it up to my supervisors and the people that were above me, and I would tell them, like, we do a lot of business with HSBC and
Deutsche Bank.
And we did a lot of business with Deutsche Bank, and we did a lot of business with Credit Suisse, and we did a lot of business with these companies. And I would tell them, like, specifically, I watched a Netflix documentary called Dirty Money, and they brought up HSBC, which is a money laundering bank. And I brought it up to my manager. I was like, this documentary clearly shows that HSBC is a money laundering bank and that they do a lot of money laundering in that bank. So how can we feel comfortable in doing business with them? And in the strangest
Don't
response,
mind me, I'm just panning.
the strangest thing that had happened, which was they would tell me, oh, no, don't worry about it. They had come up with some regulation that would, they come up with some kind of control or policy that mitigates what they got busted for. But in reality, it just seemed to me like it was just a bunch of words on a piece of paper, and it's not like they were actually doing what they claimed that they were doing. So with that
So they were giving them a pass.
Yeah, they were like, oh yeah, we always do business with them. It's not a big deal. Don't worry, they're figuring out their anti-money laundering, and they got that down or whatever. Well, I'm now that I'm out of there, and I got the tools that they gave me to do these investigations, and it's just in me to just research, and what I'm finding is there is a collapse coming, and it's peak oil is just one of the myriad of things that I uncovered
that can contribute to the collapse.
That is contributing to the collapse. The peak oil, what it reveals is that the way I would explain it is, we have let's say oil to us is like our income, right? And our income, we always expected our income to be more next year than it is this year. We expect to grow every year, every year. But since we hit peak oil, right, we're still spending as if we'll make more money next year, right? So now we're spending more money than we earn, right?
Right.
So I mean, in layman's terms, it's a little bit more complicated in financial technical world, but in layman's terms, America is spending way far and beyond what we earn.
We're spending above our means.
We're spending above our means.
And just a little a quick explanation. Over the years since we discovered oil, oil has been trending up. Every year since the discovery of petroleum, the trend has been going up. And then we hit a spot, which is the peak. Right? So this kind of reminds me of a term used in Wall Street, futures. Right? Which we invest upon what a company could make. Is that what futures is?
Well, the way futures is, the way it works out is, let's say we have this bottle of Fortify here, right? Right now, today, it's worth $20, right? Now, you say you're willing to purchase it for $25, right? Thinking that it could be worth over $30
in the future,
right? So you say you set out a time period. So let's say you say in 2 months, I think this Fortify will be worth $30. So I'm willing to pay the 25,
to
right?
make that extra 5.
To make that extra 5. Now, if it turns out that by the end of that 2 months that it's worth $40, you can't be like, no, this is now worth $40. You have to pay me more. No, we agreed on the 25, right? And conversely, if it dips and it goes to $19, I can't go, oh, no, I'm not gonna buy it now because it's $19. No, we agreed upon the rate. It's $25. And that's how it's like a bet, whether the price is gonna go up or down. So if you're
So in futures, right? I bet upon that Paramin is going to be worth $25. Right now it's worth 20. Going to be worth $25. So the way I make money is the fact that it went up to 30, the price was at 20, I paid 25. So I make the 5 between the 25 and the 20.
Right. And you expect it to be more than the 30, right? You expect it to be like in the 40s or something like that. And then, you'll make out. But
the reason I bring up futures is because we've been betting on oil always continuously going up. But then we hit a spot, which is the peak, right? And then it started trending downward.
Right.
So we're acting as if the oil is continuously rising, but in reality is dipping, which is counterproductive because now we're acting as if it's going to rise, but it's going down, which is putting us in a hole.
Well, yeah. So what the oil does, it reflects the peak oil is like what do you call it? A lagging indicator, right?
Okay.
So meaning that once we found that the oil that there is to exist, right? Then we start to produce a little less. And because now we can't produce like we have been thinking that there's always going to be more. Now we have that's all that there is. So have to adjust on our production based on what's available, right?
Because we hit our peak and we're not going beyond that peak.
Right. So what the oil what shows is that it affects our GDP, right? So our total GDP, right, is the income of the nation, right? When you're looking at a GDP, that's our wealth. That's what we earn. That's our
as a whole.
As a whole. Our debt exceeds that GDP so far and beyond that there is no way that we can pay that back.
Because by us spending above our means is devaluating the dollar.
Well, the reason is by us spending the way we did, right? We spent that oil, right? So now we have an issue of infrastructure, right? That needs to be maintained and all that stuff. That's all oil, right? All that stuff, the GDP, the products that we make, that's all oil, right? So how can we make the product when there's not enough oil to go around, right? It's just simply a math problem.
Supply and demand.
Right. So,
and just for the people that don't know, oil is in everything.
Right.
It's in this bottle right here, not the contents of the bottle, but the casing itself. This is oil.
All plastics. But what one of the things that an example that I heard, which was interesting, is think of it like a butcher or yeah, like let's say a farmer of some sort, right? Let's say you're a farmer or a butcher or whatever, right? Or you own a slaughterhouse, right? What you feed your animals has to come from somewhere.
Right.
So what brings that? A truck. That truck needs oil. And basically what it was saying is that it's the supply chains. Everything has a supply chain, and every link in that supply chain
Is
requires oil. Therefore, everything, even if it wasn't directly made by oil, which in some instances, like farming, the pesticides or the fertilizers all come from the oil. So that also is how oil is important in even agriculture, because they need that for the nutrients in the soil, because in order to get the yields that they've been getting, that's how they've been getting it, through the fertilizers that they make out of the oil, out of the petrochemicals. So oil isn't.
So even fertilizers made with oil?
Even fertilizers made with oil. So, so that being said, oil's in everything. And in order for us to make more stuff and maintain the stuff that we already have, you're at a deficit. Like, let's say, you have 50 barrels of oil, right? But your society uses 10 barrels a day, right? Now, are you going to be using, how many barrels are you going to use to make stuff, knowing that just to maintain it is 10 barrels a day, and you only got 50? Are you going to make more stuff? Are you going to use that oil to make new things, or are you going to use that oil to maintain the old stuff?
I would say we got to maintain the old stuff.
Right. So making new things, which is what the GDP is, our product, what we make, all the new things that we create, is limited because there's not enough material to make new products. So therefore, our potential income that we can make is only as much as the materials that we have. That's
so
why
initially we're running out of things to make because oil is at a premium now.
Right. Well, oil now that oil is harder and harder to find, and it costs more energy to get oil out of the ground than it's worth. Right. That's where they're so focused on other things like fission or fusion,
which we had a breakthrough. I don't know if you heard.
Yeah, did get breakthrough, a supposed breakthrough. It was a bullshit breakthrough. You heard the breakthrough?
I just heard a blurb from the Warlock.
Oh,
so I didn't get.
Yeah, supposedly we unlocked fusion, right? We unlocked it. So what the breakthrough was, that we were able to get more energy from this pellet than what we put into it. So that is a good sign. But
now, do you think we're just leaking out a little bit of that technology, or we have that in place already?
No. Well, here's the thing. The big but is that it's a farce, because on the one hand, yes, we managed to produce surplus of energy from what we put into it. But in order for us to, because what happens is they took a laser beam and they directed that laser beam to like a pellet to make this fusion thing happen, right? And that laser requires so much energy to even make the damn thing, right?
That defeats the purpose.
That from that one little pellet that made, you know, a surplus of energy, the amount of effort it takes to build the laser, right? For let's say to power a city, you would need like 10,000 of those lasers, you know, operating, and to build just one was like, let's say, let's just put in barrels of oil. It was like 10,000 barrels of oil, for example. Right? So the cost for what it was to build the damn laser is so far inexpensive that it's not practical to have 10,000 of them. You know, like it's like it cost $1 billion to make one. How are you going to have 10,000 of them?
Right, because that'll be 10 billion, and then what we produce.
No, that'll be if it costs $1 billion, and if it's 10,000.
Oh, 10. I thought you meant 10. 10,000.
Right. So imagine 10,000. That's what 10. What's after billion? Trillion. Right. So that's what 10. That's $10 trillion to maybe produce a little bit more energy than what we're producing now.
And this is within how long does that energy last?
Not sure. They have to find ways to store it. But in other words, the report that I got is that that whole fusion breakthrough, although it is a breakthrough that we found a way to make more energy out of than what we put into it, but that's not factoring in that in order for you to make the laser, it's a lot of energy to make the laser itself.
So what you're saying is practical on a very small scale, but it's not practical in the large scale scheme, like to power a city.
Well, what I'm saying is that like what Michael Rupert says, right? It's the energy to make the thing, right? Like if it's more energy to make it than it is
what it gives back,
then it's not worth it.
Right. Then that's what he said about
it costs them more energy to make the laser. Now the laser itself, right? Once it's there, the laser itself might be less energy to make than what it produces, or right, less energy than what the pellet or fusion pellet produces. But in order to make the laser itself is more energy than what that pellet produces.
So we'll be in debt paying off,
trying to make the damn thing just so that we can have this supposed clean energy.
Right. But then once, let's say we do it, we'll be trying to, we won't see a profit.
Right.
In that investment.
Right.
It'll be almost like in perpetuity.
Right. Right. Because there's a theory that there's only so much debt you can acquire before it's not worth pursuing it. Like if you get a loan from somebody, right? And let's say a $1 million loan, but all you can potentially make from that $1 million is 20 grand, right? It makes it not worth it. How long is it going to take you to pay off $1 million? You'll be paying that for the rest of your life.
It's counterproductive.
Right. So that's where,
and that's what Michael Rupert said about methanol.
Right.
You know, we have methanol in place. We can extract methanol from corn and other organic stuff, but the process itself to extract it is so expensive. Give yourself a pow pow.
Pues ya da pow pow.
Pow, pow, pow.
It's more expensive to make than what it gives off. So that's part of this potential collapse that's coming?
Well, okay, so that's what we learned from Michael Rupert, right? So that's the peak oil crisis. Now,
Let me interject. There's something strange. It's permeating through all platforms to the point that the warlock got a year's supply of dry foods from his company. Is this collapse is the fact that the food chain is like, are we expecting like some kind of food drought?
Well,
why is this?
How do I put this?
This is this thing that we're running out of food.
Well, how do I put this? This collapse that we're going to face is going to be the biggest collapse that we have ever seen in our lifetime. Anyone alive right now would have never seen what we're about to see. And what we're about to see is
bigger than the depression that happened back in the 50s.
Much bigger.
I mean, what was it? Not the 50s, in the
20s.
In the 20s.
In the 20s.
20s going into the 30s.
And where are we now? In the 20s going into the 30s. 100 years later.
Shit.
This is a thing that we've never seen before. Something that we have never seen before. And
now let me ask you this. Is the fact that our currency is not backed by gold anymore have to do anything with it?
That has something to do with it for sure. There's a component to that. But what it relates to and what I have some deep knowledge in is in specifically investments and what they really mean and what they really are and what is it that we're watching and what is it that, like, the whole time, literally the whole time I was working for an investment bank. You can ask my Andy, who was on the cast. You can ask my best friend Jeremy, who I've talked to several times about this. The whole time I was there, I kept saying, I feel like this is fraud. I feel like everything that I do is a farce. I feel like this is a scam. I'm working in, I felt like I was working for a scam. And now the scam, the jig is up.
Okay, well, would you say, because from the little bits and pieces you've told me about your tenure in the investment bank industry, it seems to me that this is just the investment bank industry is just a sophisticated Ponzi scheme.
Yes. Well, like Michael Rupert said, he's like, you think or you think FTX or was it Enron or Bear Stearns and all these, you think Bernie Madoff was a Ponzi scheme? He says no, the whole thing is a Ponzi scheme. The dollar is a Ponzi scheme. The whole thing is a Ponzi scheme.
Okay, so let me get my my Biden voice going. And I just lost my train of thought.
Well,
continue.
So the collapse, right?
The whole thing is it's a Ponzi scheme on a very sophisticated level.
Yeah. In some ways, and in some ways it's not so sophisticated. In some ways it's
all a scam, man.
It is. So let me first start off with the people I love to hating points. Now, since I've I haven't watching them as of late. They've been doing more, bringing in more reporters and trying to do like this whole breakaway news organization, kind of akin to a CNN and their own network. But this is now going back. Let's see. This is going back a year ago. And this is why I like to go back, because there's things that I remember that humans have amnesia that people tend to forget. So back in last year, we were fighting over the debt ceiling. Do you remember that?
Mm-hmm.
So this is a report about the debt ceiling, and this is just to give you a flavor of what I'm talking about here. So let me add this to the stream.
We've got a remedy right now. There are effectively 3 different issues coming to a head all at one time.
In a single month.
Right. Literally right now. Okay. So you've got the reconciliation bill that we've obviously told you a lot about. Manchin, Sinema, God, all these people creating a lot of questions about whether not, I've always been of the belief like they're going to get something through. I am no longer so certain.
So this is back in last year. We're trying to get certain bills passed or whatever. Let's fast forward a little bit here. So what they were going into is about the debt ceiling.
Worried about doing that because of political considerations. Congressman John Yarmouth, my former congressman back in Louisville, who is the chair of the House Budget Committee and who is oftentimes a little bit too honest about how.
This is what this guy has to say.
In a certain period of time, have to specify themselves.
So they bring on this House Democrat budget chairman. And in this tweet, it looks like they brought up is it says House Democrat budget chairman admits Democrats can raise the debt limit all on their own. We can do it through reconciliation. Leadership has said that they don't want to do that. The reason is if we do that through reconciliation, we actually have to specify a number, right? So check this out.
Well, ultimately, they're to vote for it, or we're going to have to have a vote and do it by ourselves. We can do it through reconciliation. Leadership has said they don't want to do that. The reason is if we do that through reconciliation, we actually have to specify a number. That only leads to further chaos in a certain period of time. So what we should do is abolish the debt ceiling, because we're the only country in the world that has one that operates like this. But
so abolish the debt ceiling.
Okay, so for people that are not too astute like me, explain to me what is the debt ceiling.
So the debt ceiling is we have a certain amount of things, like first of all, we have a lot of loans from other countries, right? We borrow money from other countries to pay for things like, that $1,400 check that Biden gave, those are things that he needs to get a loan for.
So the debt ceiling attached to what we know as the budget.
Right. So the debt ceiling is if we had spent let's say $500 million, we need to make sure that we have enough money in that debt, or that we can pull from the debt pile to pay for that $500 million. Right. So if the debt ceiling is at $400 million, then we have a problem. We have to raise the debt ceiling, or else we can't pay for what we owe. We owe $500 million worth of whatever goods and services. We owe this $500 million.
Raise the debt ceiling, right? Where is that money coming from?
And that is the key. And that's where we're gonna have to go down this journey and find out, where is this money coming from? So so it's like the credit card company is coming to you and saying, you maxed out your credit card, right? So you're going to need to pay it. And you're like, no, just raise the limit. Just raise the limit so that I can continue purchasing more stuff. Just, I have a $500 credit limit.
And back in the day, I did that.
Raise it to 10,000, so now
they
I
were
can
like, well, sir, you only have a $1,500 debt limit. Can you do me a favor? We're in Christmas time. Can you up that up maybe to 2,000?
Right.
And what they tell me? No. You want that extra $500 nut? You pay $500
and then you get it.
And then you get it.
Right. Well, this is how the government operates. They have the levers where they can make money or hold the people accountable, or they have different levers than we do as an individual citizen. So their solution, check this
All you
out.
do is just raise
Okay,
it
but
to
hold that a second. I just got a scary fucking thought. We're headed towards a collapse. Now, my mind, remember about things that keep you up at night? We just mentioned that in the beginning of the cast. Now, this is going to keep me up at night. We have a nasty little tool. We, as in the United States of America, we have a nasty little tool that we can deploy at any time. And at the beginning of the year, we were hearing this massive hiring of IRS agents. Right? We're in need of money. We're in trouble. These agents are coming up for us.
Wow.
We're going to start raising some money and we're going to fucking pay for it.
Well, maybe, but I don't see that that's where it's going to go.
No?
No. Well, we're going to pay for it, but not in the way that
you don't think that there's going to be like massive auditing around the country so that they can raise some money?
No, I don't think that's where they're going to. I don't think that's their motive at all. Because it's like we're playing in 2D space and they're living in 4D. They're living in 4D. So to us, like, we're trying to put pieces together, but because we're living
the reason
in
I thought about that is because now we're giving arms to
Ukraine.
IRS.
Oh, no, IRS. Yeah. Well, that might be a whole other cast in itself. That has more to do with the social credit score aspect of what they want.
And for our audience, if I sound a little bit like, dang, I'm not very good when it comes to the finance world and how it works. But continue.
Okay. So, I mean, I wasn't very good at it either, but I forced myself to learn this because I was in the position. It was either sink or swim. I had to learn how to do it. And B, now that I have this information, I can't. It's like what is the Matrix to Neo? It's like, it's a splinter in my mind. It's just it left a imprint on me, and I'm trying to figure out what the hell is it that I've been doing for the last decade of my life. Like, what the hell I've been doing, because I've been asking all the top experts in my job, and nobody gave me a straight answer. Everything is all speculation and this and that and hearsay and blah blah blah, and there was never a cut and dry answer, right? So it just left me with more questions than I had answers for, and now I'm seeing why I'm having all these questions, and what I was questioning really has merit, and it makes sense. And I'm like, I'm listening to this stuff and I'm like, oh my God, it makes so much sense why we're coming into this collapse. Oh my God. Once you know how the banks and the
financial system
the federal the federal banks and the central banks and the world banks and how they all operate and what do they do and how certain things and what is derivatives and how do derivatives work. Once you figure all these things out, like
That's
for
all
example,
Chinese to me.
like for example, going the credit card example, the bank the credit card company gave you a $1,500 credit limit.
Mm-hmm.
They created that credit out of thin air. That was created money. When people say that the government's printing money, they're not physically running the mint and printing physical dollars. They're printing money through bonds, through loans. When you got the mortgage for this home, right? You didn't know that the bank didn't have the money to lend you. It wasn't it never existed before. They just boop, they put let's say the house was 300,000. They put $300,000 on a balance sheet, out of thin air.
Oh wow!
Out of thin air. They never had the $300,000. It's a ledger. It's a placeholder. They put that $300,000 there because they're gonna get that $300,000 from you. They never had it.
They never had
They
it.
never had it.
I'll be God damn.
So what are they doing when they do that? They're creating money. They're printing money that wasn't there. So like let's say there was all they had, let's say all that existed was $300, right?
Okay, but hold on. You bring in something very interesting to the table. You come to me, Anesto, I want to buy a car, right? The car costs $2,000, and I tell you, I'll lend it to you, but I don't have the $2,000.
Right.
I tell the car company. Let me see if I can follow this.
No. It's a little bit more. It's a little bit more complex than that, because the banks, what they have is they have means of creating loans, right? So by them,
Okay, but I'm trying to get it down to.
well, what I'm trying to explain is that when a bank creates a loan, there's a threshold of how much they need to have, the liquidity of what they need to have on hand, right? So when they pay out the
loan for the mortgage,
right? When they pay out the owner of this home, right? When they gave that money to the owner of this home, the bank took that out from their big pool, right? Then paid that. But unbeknownst to them, they never had that. That was never their money to give. That was never their money to give. The banks, all they need is 10%. So of all the loans, right? So let's say they have $300 million in loans. All they need is 10%, $30 million, right? And they can issue out the loans, right? So, okay. So the way it works is they put, like, most of money, right? It's not like you purchased money, or you purchased this house with cash, right? It's digital money, right? It's just numbers on a balance sheet. They just pull that up out of thin air. Now they have cash, but it's only 10% of what is in what your bank account said. Like if everybody that, let's say you have TD Bank, right? If every single person pulled out every single dime that they have in the bank right now, the banks will collapse because they don't have that money. And now what the banks rely on is that they have the FDIC, right? In the event that something like that does happen, they can go to the FDIC and pull that money from them, right? That's why they have that. It's the FDIC is an insurance company, the federal insurance company that insures banks, right? And what it does is, allows for the banks to continue to do what they're doing. And if whatever reason they're caught like, I don't have it, the FDIC insures them, so they can pull that from there.
But initially, the bank has to give back that money.
Well,
to the FDIC,
right? Initially, there needs to be some kind of repayment or some, there's always an interest payment and repayment and stuff like that.
So when I shrink it down to a more personal level, you need $2,000 for a loan. I tell you, I give you the loan. So I have other people that owe me. So you can't even shrink it down to like a personal level, because then that would mean
because you don't have the ability. The way it would be, it would be like you borrowed $2,000 from the warlock, right? And then you take that money and you loan it to me.
And the way I make money is upon the interest that you're gonna pay me,
right?
And then I pay the warlock,
right? You don't need to have that money, right? The warlock says all you need is 10% down to get to $2,000.
So this is basically robbing Peter to pay Paul.
Right. That's why Michael Rupert said the whole financial system
is a Ponzi scheme.
It's not that Bernie Madoff was a Ponzi scheme. The whole financial system is a Ponzi scheme.
Now I'm getting it.
So every loan, every bond, every all the stuff that I did, all the stuff that we were buying was just printing money, making money out of thin air.
I get it.
So now we're going back to the debt ceiling here. So now they're saying that what was happening last year is that our bills came due. Now we have a choice. Now this is the problem that we're facing here. This is why we're dealing with a collapse. What's going on is we have bills coming due. So the credit card company, that bill comes due every month, right? You have to pay that nut every month. Now we keep maxing out the card, and when we max out the card, we call up the credit card company and say, "Can you raise the limit?" And they raise the limit. So then we use that extra limit to pay off our debt, right? But we keep spending more money. We never paid off that debt. So we keep spending it. So now listen to what their solution is to this, how we're gonna solve this, right? How are we gonna pay for stuff when our credit limit is only so much, right? We maxed out the credit limit. What are we gonna do? Right? So here's their solution.
Interesting.
Ordinarily large amount that we reach. That's probably not viable politically. As one that rates. But what we ought to do is just raise it to an extraordinarily large amount that we'll never reach.
to raise it to an extraordinarily large amount.
So instead of asking, can for bringing it down to a layman's term, I tell the credit card, I know I got a $1,500 balance, and I maxed out my balance. Why don't we do this? Give me 20,000.
Matter of fact, the problem is I keep hitting the limit. So just take away the limit. Just no limits. Just I want no limits to my credit card. Just debt me up to as far as I can go. Just make it until $1 trillion. Let it go. Just keep letting it rack up. Just let it rack up.
Son of a bitch.
So that's their plan. I just want to play it a little bit further so you can hear it.
That's probably not viable politically, but we'll get the debt ceiling raised. There is no alternative. And Mitch has said this many, many times over the last.
Mind you, like what happens when you don't pay the credit card company?
They stop your credit,
and you go into collections. What happens when America doesn't pay its debt?
They stop providing.
We go into collections, and that's what we are avoiding. We don't want to go into the global collections, because then what happens is
all the countries we owe money to are gonna want their.
And if we don't got money to give them, what's the alternative?
We don't have money to give them.
When the loan shark, when the loan shark is like, I don't got it. I don't got the $200.
They go my kneecaps.
Yeah, they break your kneecaps. They break your kneecaps, and they go to your family and they break their kneecaps. Oh, you still don't got you got to find the money. You better get it one way or another.
That's a whole lot of kneecaps.
And where's this world positioning towards? World War III. And that's the equivalent of breaking our kneecaps, because what's going on, the thing that's happening.
Oh, wow. This is deep.
The thing that's happening is we are experiencing a once in a lifetime thing, which is, do you have a dollar bill on you?
You're talking to the guy who maxed out his credit card.
Well,
this is what I have on me.
A dollar bill.
I got a nickel.
And a dollar bill, what does it say?
E pluribus unum.
No, that's the penny.
No, it's on the dollar bill.
It's on the dollar bill too? I thought it was on the penny.
No, it's on
E pluribus unum is also on the penny too.
Yeah, but on the back,
I thought it was
get the
Norvis
Norvis Autumn Cyclorium.
Cyclorium. Right. What does that mean?
Together we are one.
Let me see.
Norvos Audio Put up the dollar bill.
Hold on, I'm gonna look it up right now. I caught you in a. Do you remember?
Do you remember?
So it's Novus Ordo Seclorium. That's what it is. Novus Ordo Seclorium, which translates to, hold on, a new order of the ages is born.
The new order of the ages.
Although
E pluribus unum is
one
together we are one.
Together we are one.
Now, but I want to see the dollar bill. Pull it up.
The actual dollar bill. Now go to the go to the back.
It doesn't say e pluribus unum.
I believe it does, but I could be wrong. Okay, get the picture of the bill. Now you see where the eagle is?
Mm-hmm.
Blow that up.
It's not getting bigger. This
on the bottom.
Oh yes, you're right. Here on the eagle, it does say right here. It says e pluribus unum. You're right.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
But I was referring to here, novus ordo seclorium.
In other words, what it's saying is the New World Order.
New World Order. So what we're about to witness right now is a shift, because you have Russia, you have China, which are competing superpowers. And now, with our debt so high that we have to put the debt, the credit limit in perpetuity into infinity that we can never pay back, it's only a matter of time for the countries to be like, I want my money. I want my money. I don't want no more of your bonds. I don't want no more of your U.S. Treasury notes. Right now, the one thing that's keeping us together is that we are the world's reserve currency. So basically, the whole world has agreed upon the dollar being the thing that they base their currencies on, whether it be stronger than the dollar, less than the dollar, but they base it upon the dollar, right?
Which is why we buy oil
in dollars. Right. That's the petrodollar, right? So, but we are the world's reserve currency. There's going to be a shift when the countries that we owe start asking for their money, and we can't get more limit. If we can't raise the credit limit, if we can't source the funds from anywhere, then we can't pay back our creditors. And the only option we have to maintain being the superpower that we are, the first country that, like we're the leading country and every other country follows behind us. The only way that we can maintain that, the only way you can get the loan shark off your back is if he attempts to break your kneecaps and you turn out that you're the Rock and you break his kneecaps instead.
Okay, so
because if the loan shark's not gonna come after you, if it's gonna mean his life.
Well, this kind of reminds me of antiquity. For example, during the Roman Empire, right? When the Caesar, which it could have been Caesar himself, Caligula. Caligula was famous for spending way above his means. So what was the Roman?
That is another thing that signifies that we're in a collapse. That's where every great empire, that's the mistake that they always make.
Caligula, he was
very far beneath.
He was very opulent. He did all kinds of shit, all kinds of spending. So how would the Romans attain more funds to compensate for Caligula's opulent taste.
The way they've been doing it for centuries. You rape and pillage. That's how you get your valuables from.
You invade.
Right.
You invade other countries, take what they have. Now we got more money.
And where's the one place that they constantly want to take from?
You mean us right now?
Like, yeah, in this current age, where's the one place where doesn't matter what nation you are in, they want to always take from here, this part of the globe.
The Middle East,
Africa.
Oh, well, yeah.
That's where everybody wants to take all their resources. That's what from as far as back as I can remember. I mean, human history. That's all they ever. I mean, the Roman Empire was sustained by the wheat that was being grown in Egypt. So,
which is
in Africa, obviously.
Which is why they invaded Carthage,
right?
Which was northern Africa.
Exactly. So from the beginning of time,
I brought up the Middle East because the Middle East
has oil. But every nation, the Chinese are in there, the Americans are there, the French, Italians, every nation wants their stake in Africa.
Absolutely.
And that's the last vestige on earth where they can rape and pillage. And that's what they're doing. That's what they do to the Africans. There's no way around it. They rape and pillage those poor people because those people have deal with, they barely earn a living for the jobs that they do, and the jobs that they do are mining these rare earth minerals that cost them their life in certain instances.
Oh, I've seen some horrible footage of the Chinese in Africa and how they treat the African people. It's horrifying.
I mean, the Chinese, but we're not any better. The United States are not any better. The French aren't any better.
Perpetuated this whole genocide.
So no country is above raping and pillage Mother Africa. And so their solution is to just raise the debt ceiling, right? Just, we'll get the fund somehow. Just put the limits to infinity, right? Well, what that's doing is creating what is called a derivatives bubble. So I have here another report. So I brought that one report, but let's see. Now, this report is from our favorite Mr. Greg Reese. So he has one aspect of this collapse here. Here.
We're in trouble. We're in big trouble.
There's a lot of things. I mean, at one point, it might have been justified to raise the debt ceiling to infinity when you're thinking you have infinite amount of oil to make things out of. But when that no longer exists, I don't think there's any financial expert that exists right now that can claim that is a reasonable solution. And that's why this whole Republican Democrat thing does nobody any good, because the Republicans want us to be more conservative and spend more conservatively. And, we can't just print money out of thin air. This is the Republican narrative, which has merit. You can't just be printing money out of thin air. It's going to fuck with us eventually. It's just we're pushing that ball down. Oh, maybe our the next generation will deal with it. And they've been pushing this ball so far down that now we've come to our generation, and we're the ones that have to deal with it. Not the boomers, not the ones that came after. It's us, and the ones, my daughter's generation is the ones that are going to be living through this dystopian future that we just pushed on, procrastinated. Oh no, we'll pay it later. We'll just borrow more from China or France, or who else is going to give us money?
Okay, so let me ask you this. If you were some mystical wizard that can just like make shit what would you do aside? Well, I guess you would say I'll miraculously fill the oil reserves to compensate the debt that we have.
No. What I'll do is I'll focus on securing our money on something that's tangible, right?
Right, but you're a magician. You can make the impossible happen. What would you do?
What do you mean? Like
to fix the economy? Like what, you would like miraculously turn wood into gold? What would you do to like fix this problem this impending problem? Now, this is something that mere mortals cannot fix.
Well,
but if you were some kind of
I
magician,
think
wizard,
mortals can fix. I mean, there's a lot of experts that believe that we have the solution. It's just the solution is not going to. The problem is that politicians have a self-serving interest, right? They want to get elected and they want things done in their time and their tenure in office, right?
Okay.
They want so that people know, oh, this guy did that, right? But this is a situation where it's not simple as, it's going to take 5 years or 10 years. This is going to take many generations at undoing this, right? And that's where people are not willing to do it because they're not willing to start on it.
My question is, if you're a genie,
well, if I'm a genie, right, what I'll do, I don't know. I mean, I'm not a financial expert. I'm not, Peter.
Because if I was a genie, I'd be like, if I happen to encounter a genie and I want to fix America's impending collapse, I'd be like, I need 1 billion bars of gold. Ping, there it is. Is our problem solved then?
I don't know. I don't know, because then the economy is such a way where if you now have 1 billion bars of gold, right, it suddenly devalues what it's worth. Suddenly.
Well, then we get a Family Feud.
right.
Okay, so then I'll ask the genie, give us infinite amount of oil.
If you have infinite amount of oil, well, I guess in that
then we ruin supposedly the environment.
Then we suffocate ourselves to death.
Okay.
Yeah, because the infinite oil, what it did was, because in that time period when we thought it was infinite, it was like what, the 50s, right? And the 40s and 50s, where oil was like infinite, and that was the whole throwaway economy. You just littered, throw your shit out of the car. Who cares, right? That was like, oh, oil's infinite. I don't even want to, like, a plate. Before that, you had a plate, and that was a plate. That plate was there. Could be for generations. Now we're like, I don't even want to look at this plate. I want to throw this shit out. I don't want to deal with
So
this
we
shit no
became
more.
a disposable economy.
We became so disposable that we created so much trash that now there's a barge in the middle of the ocean where all our garbage.
Okay, so now we get a
right.
Okay, so then I'll say, okay, make fusion possible to where
like free energy.
Yeah, free energy.
But then the how do we make the stuff? We got the energy, but now what's the materials that we're gonna use to make the stuff?
Well, they're in part is the
conundrum
but then again, we supposedly landed people on the moon. We sent recently the Artemis and the Orion to. Isn't there infinite amount of energy supposedly on the moon?
I don't know.
This
That's
is why
all-
I think that all these futuristic shows and movies have us mining things like the moon. Now, is it real that we have that infinite amount of resources on the moon? Or that's just a little dust and the moon is actually
Well, in reality, there's nothing infinite. I mean,
no, that's for sure. Nothing is infinite, but supposedly
we think of like that's the whole word sustainable. We want things to be infinite, but everything, all of life begins and ends.
Yeah, everything has an ending.
Right. And we want everything to stay the same or to last forever. And it's just not how life works. It just what we want and what life demands is just it doesn't align, I guess.
So in a nutshell, as we are wrapping this up, we are headed to another global war where we're World War III.
Well, it could play out that way. It could play out several different ways, but we are definitely heading towards a global collapse. Now, let me
Which is interesting. Like, why would a trucking company like just give emergency food a year supply to their employees? I guess that's the way they're gonna be like when the shit runs out, be like, you still gotta come to work. Remember that whole supply we gave you?
Maybe.
That's interesting. So let's get through this. We are at the top of the hour, and let's see what Mr. Greg Reese has to say.
Economic reset occurred. The last economic reset occurred in 1944 with the creation of the Bretton Woods system. The US dollar replaced the pound sterling as the new world reserve currency and was convertible to gold at a fixed rate of $35 an ounce. Nations of the world entrusted the Federal Reserve Bank to hold their gold in return for market liquidity. This trust was good up until President de Gaulle of France pointed out that the United States was printing more money than they had in gold reserves to pay for the war in Vietnam, and in 1971 sent a warship to New York demanding their gold back. Days later, President Nixon took the world off the gold standard altogether, allowing the war machine to print endless amounts of US dollars. In 1974, the United States offers use of its war machine to Saudi Arabia in return for their oil to be sold exclusively with US dollars. This becomes known as the petrodollar and ushers in a new era of endless warfare. Andy Schechtman of Miles Franklin has been trading precious metals for over 30 years and lays out the evidence that the world is going back to a gold standard. In 2017, Germany's Bundesbank made headlines when they demanded the return of their physical gold by 2020. Within weeks, the Bank of Austria, the Bank of Hungary, the Bank of Turkey, the Czech National Bank, and the Bank of Poland all quietly began repatriating their gold as well and began buying more. These banks bought more in 2018 than they had bought in the last 60 years combined, and they doubled that the next year. In 2019, the Bank for International Settlements classifies gold as a Tier 1 reserve, rivaling the US dollar for the first time in 80 years. In 2020, the International Monetary Fund publicly announces a shift towards a new system to replace Bretton Woods. Also that year, a new major buyer suddenly appears, anonymously labeled as Other, and begins draining the COMEX and London Metals Exchange of precious metals to an extent never seen before. In August of 2021, Saudi Arabia signs a military cooperation agreement with Russia, directly challenging the U.S. petrodollar agreement. This is immediately followed by the U.S. military's abrupt departure from Afghanistan. In 2022, Russian banks were removed from the SWIFT system. This weaponization of the banking system inspired a massive sell-off of U.S. treasuries, as Russia and China announce a new commodity-backed world reserve currency. Nigeria, Saudi Arabia, and Iran begin selling oil to China for bonds that are immediately convertible to gold. BRICS membership is now nearing 90% of the world population, and all these countries are dramatically expanding their gold reserves. China's Belt and Road Initiative is moving towards connecting nearly 3/4 of the world population into its centralized system with the digital Chinese yuan. And the US government is left holding a bill they can't pay and a war machine they can't afford. The US Mint is making it difficult for citizens to buy gold and silver, as if they want everyone at their mercy when it all goes to zero. Their only solution seems to be total control. This is at least one of the reasons why Elon's Twitter files are spread out like a Netflix series, to keep Americans busy while their entire life savings are swiftly turned to zero. Reporting for InfoWars, this is Greg Reese.
Wow. So that was Greg Reese's report. And people might want to dismiss, Greg Reese, because he's an InfoWars reporter, he's part of the Alex Jones network and all that stuff. So I went, and because I have background in this, I went and I looked around and tried to find credible sources for this. So I found a different that's going to explain in a different way this incredible collapse that we're going to be experiencing here.
We're at the cusp of another global financial meltdown that can send the global economy into a deep depression. It's a matter of just days before news starts coming out in the mainstream news media. In this video, we will explain this to you in 3 simple steps. Why we believe the next global financial crisis is around the corner. Step number 1, understanding the Fed's bailout system for the international banking system. The U.S. Federal Reserve uses swap lines to indirectly bail out international banks. How do these swap lines actually work? Watch closely. We have the Federal Reserve on the left and the Swiss National Bank on the right. Swiss banks are in the news, especially Credit Suisse. Credit Suisse is...
Which is one of the companies that I did investigations on, and they also busted for money laundering and various other things. Provably, and, all they did was write little controls, little things that look great on an annual report, but are they really doing what they claim? I hardly believe it.
Switzerland's second largest in the sector, and it's about to collapse. It's a nightmare scenario, almost a remake of the Lehman Brothers crash on Wall Street in 2008, which triggered the global financial crisis. Credit Suisse should be an eye-opening example. More heavyweight banks are about to go bankrupt.
And the company I work for invested heavily in Credit Suisse.
Wow.
So now both banks, the Fed and the Swiss National Bank, have their own respective balance sheets with assets on the left side and liabilities on the right side. So the Swiss National Bank says that it needs some dollars for certain purposes. They'll ask the Fed to swap their Swiss francs with dollars. After the swap process is complete, those Swiss francs go to the Fed's balance sheet as assets. All those dollars go to the Swiss bank's balance sheet as assets. Moreover, these francs are now liabilities on the Swiss National Bank, while those dollars are liabilities on the Fed's balance sheet. Now, you might be thinking, why are they liabilities on each other's balance sheets? It's very simple. They have bank accounts at each other's banks. Prior to this swap arrangement,
which is how we had dealt with a lot in my investment bank that I worked with, we had a bank account with Credit Suisse. And, we deposit money in this account and they deposit their things and it goes back and forth that way. It's like, you want to do a transaction, we got to deposit. Let's say you want to buy a security from me, right? I deposit my money in Credit Suisse. You deposit your money in Credit Suisse. Credit Suisse gives it to you and then gives it to me. So they're like the mediary. They always getting their funds is all the funds is going through them. So they have control over this, and they're going to show you why this is important.
The Swiss National Bank held weekly auctions every Wednesday to buy dollars. During the times of economic stability, the Swiss bank didn't face any demand to acquire dollars during these auctions. But when there are troubled times, such as the global financial crisis, the bidders begin coming to the Swiss National Bank auctions. This is because they need dollars desperately, or they can face a liquidity crisis. Let us assume that the Swiss bank is holding an auction, and 3 banks come to bid for dollars. These banks request the Swiss National Bank for $1 billion. The SNB will then go to the Fed and ask for $1 billion. The Fed will give them dollars, while the Swiss National Bank gives an equal number of Swiss francs to the Fed. It'll be based on a pre-negotiated exchange rate. After a couple of weeks or months or whatever's been decided, they then swap back. This is like dollars going back from SNB to the Fed, while francs go to the Fed to the SNB. At the end of the pre-decided term, when they pay them, they add a little interest, implying that it's not free money. Same goes to the banks who came to bid. When they pay dollars back to the Swiss National Bank, they have to do it with a certain amount of interest following a pre-decided time period.
So one of the things I would do, one of the tasks that I would do in my previous job was we would fund all the operations, right? So like if we had $1 billion portfolio, we had to like transfer $1 billion to cover that portfolio, right? To put it on that that balance sheet, right? And we had to charge ourselves interest rate to show that this money isn't free, right? So we would charge ourselves, they would go based off of what is called the LIBOR rate, which is an English, it's like a English banks, they got together and they basically set a rate, right? So that here in America, right, if you wanted to buy something or buy a bond or a security, you have like more or less a standard of interest rate that you could charge. So you're not charging whatever you pull out of the hat. There's like a LIBOR rate that they follow. And they say, okay, based on this rate here on the LIBOR, we're gonna go with, we're gonna charge $1. So we're gonna charge ourselves, 50 cents or whatever, right? And that's what they'll do, because money isn't free. They have to charge somewhere on something. Sometimes it was 25 cents. Sometimes it was like, small. It was always small amounts. Have gotten higher and higher over the years, but it's really them charging themselves. So it's you charging yourself for money that you already have. So it's just like little things that they do. It's like, why the hell do they do these things? And it's all in a way to kind of make this more complicated, and to all in an attempt to push things further down. That's all their way of attempt to like securing themselves from certain things. They swap, like, if you buy a bond, right? A bond pays out a dividend every 6 months, right? So in their mind, what happens if that company can't pay the bond in 6 months? Let's say they go belly up in 3 months, then you don't get nothing, right?
Right.
So what they wind up doing is they take that bond and they swap it, right? They buy what is called a swap. And what a swap does, it pays them, let's say you're gonna get $600 every 6 months, you'll get $250 every 3 months. But that to them is, more secure, because at least you're getting something every 3 months, as opposed to if something goes bankrupt, if the company goes bankrupt in that 6 month span, then you don't get nothing. So they rather something over nothing. But if that goes bankrupt, then what they're swapping, the people that are paying out that money, they're losing out, because now they're not getting what that nut, so that they could be okay.
Right.
So now it becomes like it's like like the way it was described to me, it's like they have 3 buckets, right? You have the top bucket, a middle bucket, and the last bucket, right?
One bucket fills the other.
Right. One bucket fills the top bucket, overflows, fills the middle bucket, which overflows and fills the final bucket, right? If the first bucket
goes empty,
then the last bucket, you're not getting anything. And that's what the swap is. The swap is like, you're trying to get money ahead of time, knowing that if that stream dries up, then you're going to be the first one to dry. You're going to be the first one hung out to dry, because you're the final bucket, So they're trying to, mitigate that. But in any case, if there's no water, there's no water. There's nothing you're going to do about it, right? So even though they're trying to protect themselves, in reality, what are you protecting yourself from? Because if there's no money, there ain't no money.
Right. You cannot extract blood from a stone.
Right.
Wow. So
all right, so let's go back into it. So you got the gist of how this is working. So let's continue here.
They might all be scratched. Why to engage in this complex transaction? Why can't these banks just deal directly with the Fed? Well, this is because it's against the Fed's charter to bail banks directly. Though the Fed's doing exactly the same thing, but with a middleman, it's somehow now acceptable. This is indeed a very tricky situation. Indirectly, the Fed is bailing international banks, but the Federal Reserve is not allowed to deal with these banks directly. That's why they have to involve the Swiss National Bank. The demand of the dollar by these small banks is increasing at an alarming level, and we're indeed heading for financial trouble. Now, let's move on to step number 2. Don't worry, all these steps will make perfect sense at the end of the video. Just keep watching and try to remember the main words. Step number 2, the canary in the coal mine. Let's put it like this. Why are these international banks using this stealth bailout from the US Federal Reserve? Or maybe we need to question, to what degree have these banks been using it? And what does it actually mean for the probabilities that we're entering a global financial crisis within the next few weeks? As mentioned earlier, there are weekly auctions happening on Wednesdays, and usually no one's there to bid for the dollars. This is because they're capable of producing dollars on their own. However, it's been a while, and we're witnessing banks literally begging the SNB for dollars. You may be wondering that this type of transaction between the central banks and other banks is kind of a repo transaction. And yeah, you're very right. Rather than going to some other bank.
Okay, so a repo transaction is something I used to do all the time. So the way I explained a repo transaction, the way I explained it in layman's terms is like you have a gold brick, right? A bar, a gold bar, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, what a repo would be is you pay me, let's say the gold brick is worth $1 million, right? You pay me $10,000 to hold the gold brick.
To lend you the brick.
Right, to hold the gold brick for a week, right? The time period of you holding that gold brick, you go out and you talk to your investors and you say, look, I got $1 million. I got $1 million. Look at my assets. I got $1 million. So why don't we do business? You come up with your half. I got my $1 million. You come up with your $1 million, and we'll do business, right? They get their money. They get their $1 million. Pay back the gold brick. Now they got their money that they're looking for.
Now you return the gold brick.
Then you get the gold brick back, and we get the gold brick with some interest, and they get the money that they wanted in the first place.
But in reality, you didn't have that $1 million.
In reality, you didn't have that $1 million. You just used it as a tool to attract investors to invest so that you can earn the money to pay back.
That should be illegal.
Then that's the regular repo. Then you have the reverse repo, which is I'm buying your gold brick, right? And then same thing. I'm buying your gold brick. I'm going out and I'm making either I'm going to investors or I'm trying to make it back on the stock market. You know, I'm investing it in bonds. Hopefully I make more in the transaction within the week, right? And then when it's come time, I pay you back, and all is forgiven. I made money, you got your money, but I never had that gold brick. I never had that money to invest. I used your money to invest. Now there's a term in the investment world. It's called OPM, and that's other people's money. And that's where the investment sector, that's their bread and butter. That's how they survive. That's everything they do. Every single bank that exists on other people's money. So what do? They do the repo and the reverse repo. So now you have an understanding of how they, on the back end, how they fudge the numbers to make their money. Sometimes, like if you buy $1 billion of a stock and it moves up a penny, you make a good profit off of that, right? But if you buy, $10,000 worth of a same stock and it moves a penny, you make maybe a couple bucks, right? But if you buy $1 billion, that's thousands of dollars. Then right. So that's what they're banking on. But they don't got the $1 billion. They got to get that $1 billion. Well, what happens when they? Oh. We got incoming. Uh-oh.
Warlock, can you hear me?
Oh, we got the Warlock in.
Give me 1 second.
Oh, we got a surprise call from the Warlock.
Can you hear me?
Man, I've got certain information. All right, certain things have come to light, and
I gotta call him back.
Has it ever occurred to you that instead of
connect to the cast,
running around blaming me, given the nature of all this new shit, this could be a lot more.
We got incoming from the Warlock.
Complex. I mean, it might not be just such a simple, What in God's holy name are you blathering about? Well, I'll tell you what I'm blathering about. I've got information, man. New shit has come to light.
All right, here we go.
Yo, we're live here on the Pyramid Podcast. What's going on, my brother?
Okay, everything good. Heading out to, earn the daily bread.
I hear you. You caught us right in the middle of showing how we are headed towards a collapse, but we're gonna put that on hold. And we were discussing the fact that you gave me, what's the term, things that keep you up at night.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Right.
I was telling Pablo that one of the things that kept me up at night is time travel, how to achieve time travel. And then you come along and you start, on your rant on the atom. Now I have another thing that keeps me up at night. How does the atom work? Now, the same thing you did to me, Pablo is going to do to you. Now, explain to him this whole other things that you were talking about as far as the atom goes.
Oh, well, I am no expert by any means. I just like to read a lot and learn a lot. But talking about atoms is that whole world of quantum mechanics. And once you get into quantum mechanics, you're talking about quarks and irregular objects and dark matter and quantum entanglements and stuff like that.
Quantum entanglement. Now, Pablo told me something fascinating. Entanglement. You can tickle an atom here, right? Explain to him that whole thing that you told.
So here we go. I'm gonna pull it up on Google here so that we have the actual. So it says here, quantum entanglement is the phenomenon that occurs when a group of particles are generated, interact, or share spatial proximity in a way such that the quantum state of each particle of the group cannot be described independently of the state of the others, including when the particles are separated by a large distance. The topic of quantum entanglement is the heart of the disparity between classical and quantum physics. Entanglement is a primary feature of quantum mechanics, not present in classical mechanics. It says measurements of physical properties such as position, momentum, spin, and polarization performed on entangled particles can, in some cases, be found to be perfectly correlated. For example, if a pair of entangled particles is generated such that their total spin is known to be 0, and one particle is found to have a clockwise spin on its first axis, then spin of the other particle measured on the same axis is found to be anti-clockwise. However, this behavior gives the rise to seemingly paradoxical effects. Any measurement of a particle's properties results in an irreversible wave function collapse of that particle and changes the original quantum state. With entangled particles, such measurements affect the entangled system as a whole. So basically, you can have a quantum entangled particle, right? One particle will be here in the United States, while the other end of that particle might be in China somewhere, or no, right? But they're entangled quantumly somehow. And when you tickle or when you do something to the particle here in the United States, if you observe it in China, it moves the same way that you move it here in the United States.
Now, tell me that shit is not fascinating.
In some cases, it could be found. It could be perfectly correlated, is what it said.
Now that is so fascinating, but let me tell you something real quick. That is even more complicated. It's so much complicated that everything that you read, it will take me a year to break it down word by word.
Okay, so I put in here quantum entanglement theory for dummies. It says quantum entanglement is a bizarre, counterintuitive phenomenon that explains how two subatomic particles can be intimately linked to each other, even if separated by billions of light years of space. Despite their vast separation, a change induced in one will affect the other.
Now, tell me that shit is not fucking fascinating.
And that's in there lies the physics of time travel, shit like that, and stuff like that. Let me tell you something. Scientists, they're onto something. These are the things that you can break through and become and do something with it, like time travel.
Now check this out, Warlock. If let's say that particle, right? That Pablo is talking about, we represent that for visual, to have a visual as a steering wheel, right? I turn the steering wheel here in the United States, and that steering wheel is turning at the same rate that I'm turning it here in the United States in Mars. Because they're quantumly entangled. So somehow or another, they're connected. I'm here in Earth, and the other side is Mars. I turn the steering wheel, and I'm turning that other particle in Mars. Tell me that shit is not fascinating.
You didn't mind about it. This is like if you start thinking about stuff, you can find yourself in a straight jacket.
Well, it's funny that you guys are bringing up time travel, because we didn't get to finish the collapse, and we're gonna have to do that in the next cast.
Yes,
because it's kind of in depth, and we went a little bit down the rabbit hole with Kanye West. But I wanted to bring up on this show, have you heard of Mr. Warlock? Have you heard about the Drahaman?
Guy, what's that? Name of a person?
Well, it's a name of a society, kind of like a religious group or a cult. But the way they view themselves is they're not a religious group. They're a way of living.
Sort of like Buddhists today.
Sort of. Yeah.
The Drahaman. That's how you say it.
Drahaman, yeah.
And guess where they're based out of, Thomas?
Don't tell me Tampa.
No.
I wish.
That would have been good. But no, they're based out of Italy.
Oh, okay.
So explain to us, what is the Drahaman?
So the Drahaman they're a secret society. There's some kind of like cult. They're a secret society of some sort. And they are responsible for what people are calling the eighth wonder of the world. And now this is in Italy, where you already have
the Colosseum, the Roman roads, all
the Michelangelo and the Sistine Chapel. I mean, how much more could Italy have? Well, apparently they got this one thing that they say that I mean, me and you, we have to take. I mean, I have to make a trip to Italy regardless to see my mother-in-law at some point. But we have to see this. I mean, this is something absolutely.
Is there a picture of it?
Yeah. So I have a little report here. Unfortunately, the warlock can't see it, but this is amazing what they have built. So these people
really know what we're getting
And
ourselves
where
into.
where in Italy is this?
And it's a lot. It's a lot.
Let me see. Hold on. Let me see if I look it up.
Now, was this built in antiquity? Is this built now or
recently? This was built. The person that built it had since passed away, but this was built recently I think in 2008 or something like that. They started. Let me see.
And what is the purpose of it?
So, hold on 1 second. So what they are doing, what this society is doing, is collecting or piecing together the ancient knowledge of the world. And what they claim that they have tapped into, they are the sole survivors of the Atlantean race, and that they have passed down technology from the Atlanteans.
Interesting.
And where it comes into time travel, they have mastered time travel, according to them. Now, let me just find.
How do you spell Drahaman?
Hold on. I'm trying to figure that out myself. Hold on. So
you're saying that there's an actual structure that they built.
Yeah. Let me see if I can find the correct spelling here.
So this place is sort of like a museum, maybe, or maybe a structure that they claim is so modern that it's the eighth wonder of the world.
Well, what they built was an intricate cavern. Let me see if I mean, I was looking for the correct spelling. Can't seem to find. Let me see if maybe I'm spelling it. Oh, maybe I'm spelling it wrong. Oh, it's Damanhur. I'm sorry, I said it wrong. It's Damanhur.
Not Drahaman.
No, it's Damanhur. Damanhur.
Damanhur.
That's what it is. I'm sorry. My apologies for those that I guess I've earned myself.
Voy a dar pau pau.
So it's called Damanhur, and it's in the foothills of the Alps in northern Italy.
Okay.
Okay, so check.
Oh wow.
You're seeing some. Okay, so I have video footage of what they got going on
It
here.
says Damanhur, discovering the temples of the eighth wonder of the world. Wow.
So check this out. So these people went to go visit this secret society. They went to go infiltrate this secret society, and check out what
believe they can travel in time.
Let's give this little preface because this is interesting.
Really want to know what's going on here.
Melodious chimes welcome visitor and citizen to Damanhur in the foothills of the Italian Alps. A bizarre complex. It's not a religious center, but represents a new way of living, an alternative lifestyle based on meditation and the study of magic and the paranormal.
We are about to take you along with us on a bizarre and extraordinary experience that even months after it happened, we still struggle to explain. Hidden in the Italian Alps, we are immersing ourselves with an organization of 500 people that, among many other things, all believe they can travel in time.
Oh, that's them. Hello.
So these people can they believe that they can travel in time. So they go to the temple, and this is like the grounds of the temple. See if they show you here. This is what it looks like from the outside.
So 4 of these energy lines that we call synchronic lines.
Right, looks unassuming,
So it is
right?
very
It's just a countryside,
I
right?
didn't understand a single word that woman just said.
But this person that built this place, he started working on it and worked straight nonstop all the way till its completion. And people, what he would do was, like, he laid out like intricate maze, right, in the property surrounding this temple. And he just literally went with like a stick and started creating like a little design in the ground. And behind him, people were laying down bricks, and they were just following him all around. And he created this intricate maze on the fly, and people were following him. And as he's just building and building, and people are following him, and he's like, I want this like this and this like that, and people are asking him why it needs to be this way or why it should be that way. But he held everything really close to the chest. You know, he didn't really say much.
Right.
But so they're following him, and then in following him, they're gleaming off this the teachings that he had and the things that he learned. And
while building it, he's also teaching.
Right. And they're learning by doing, but they never actually learn the method or why he did the things that he did. They're kind of left with a lot of questions, but they're trying to pick up where he left off, and because they learned how to use the things that he built, and it's amazing. It's amazing what he built. So you're gonna see.
I don't know what that means. Damanhur was founded in 1975 by Umberto Einaudi with 24 followers. The society was created with its own constitution, currency system, and a coded language that only they understand. The inspiration for many of the Damanhurian practices supposedly came from the study of ancient civilizations and practices invented by their founder who passed away in 2013.
So you're taking the best of ancient civilizations and
techniques, practices, and then we created new disciplines where we can reach the results that those disciplines were meant to reach.
So they're basically taking ancient Egyptian, ancient Atlantean, ancient
Sumerian,
all of them, and trying to pick up where they left off.
So it's a mishmash,
right, of all of it.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
This is awesome, man. Wow.
Yeah, and it's in
Now,
Italy.
You guys want to hear something even more amazing than that?
What?
In a funny way, by the way. Then now the local news, the news media, and things like clips on YouTube, you have stuff that are going viral, stuff like a cat doing flips in the air, and that's what our generation, our young kids, that's what they learn.
Right.
But something like that, that has such a how interesting is something like that, to learn stuff like that.
No, like you said, we have, a myriad of like incredible things happening, and what makes it to the news is a guy buys a house, and the stipulation of him buying the house is that the house cat has to come with the house.
Yeah, that's newsworthy.
Yeah, he will not buy the house if the cat is not included.
Oh my God,
that was newsworthy. But yet you have a temple in the Italian Alps,
right?
That can possibly be the 8th wonder of the world, built by one man on the fly, that he believes he can time travel, and it ain't a concept. He built the shit.
Right.
You can go and visit it, but yet I'm learning of this right now.
Yeah. So
That is amazing. Well, thank you for this is why we have to have a program, a podcast like this, the Pyramid Podcast. This is where you're gonna learn stuff like this. This is why this thing you guys need to the world needs to know about you guys.
Absolutely.
Oh, we hope to give some kind of education as we troll the internet together.
Yeah, man. Let me tell you something, guys. It's amazing. You ask the average person that is so into social media, and they follow this person, they follow that person, and they do this and they do that. You ask them, all right, you tell me something about the large Hadron Collider that is in CERN, in Switzerland, and in France, around there.
Mm-hmm.
And they don't have a clue what that is. But yet, that is like really like in a way that's like one of the sort of like wonder of the world, like maybe
Absolutely
the ninth wonder of the world.
Right.
That is an amazing place to that they built in there. That's something incredible.
Right, the collider. Yeah, that what is that?
Yeah.
And that also itself, it might be like they might be messing with time travel itself,
Yeah,
like
that's
something
another
related to
thing
time
that could
travel.
be messing with. Yeah.
But if you ask them, who is Drake right now dating?
Oh, they know that.
Oh, they know that immediately.
Right. They know that. So yeah, this Drahaman society is very
Damanhur.
yeah, Damanhur.
Damanhur.
That's what it's called. Damanhur. Sorry. The Damanhur society, they're very fascinating because not only what they built, but after they built it, right? The Italian police was like, because there's permits and stuff. They didn't get any of that. They didn't do any of that. So they were like, they built this thing in secret. So the Italian police was like, no, we're gonna have to see this thing, because either that or you're gonna have to dismantle it, demolish it, or whatever. They went to see it, and they were so blown away that they were like, continue. Make it bigger.
Oh my God.
But check out this facility. This facility is and Warlock, when you get a chance, we're at hour 417 in the cast. So if you have a chance, you can just fast forward to 417 to check this out. Or if you have a chance, you can hop on to the pyramidshop.com to see what we're looking at here.
And again, remember this, hour 4 or 418 now.
Mm-hmm.
Anything beyond that, you're going to see what we're about to see right now.
Right.
So hang on.
So I'm about to play this here. So check this out.
Having grown up in a very non-spiritual family, this is very outside of anything I've experienced before, but trying to keep an open mind and see where this experience will take me.
We believe the Earth was colonized by people that came from the stars. So
they have a lot of statues and stuff on the outside.
universe, how can we be so presumptuous?
And
and
it
think
looks
we're
it looks
the
beautiful.
closest?
Not to
It
not
just doesn't
not
make
to
any
say
sense
anything
even
negative
in
about
terms
the
of
outside. The outside is beautiful.
You know what is
Drugs
looking
right
at?
into
What I'm
the
looking at right now?
Mm.
It looks like the Taj Mahal.
Yeah, it has like a Taj Mahal kind of look to it. So as you can see, like the outside, so you see that where that pattern that is laid out here.
Yeah.
That's what the guy who was laying down the lines, and they were following him with these stones. Right, and look.
Oh wow, he made like a. Oh my God, this looks like an alien.
Yeah. And
So let me see if I can get this straight. He built this, but with some help, but he didn't tell the guy. He was leaving them like in the sort of like in the dark.
Right. He was like giving them like breadcrumbs, like leading them with like a trail of breadcrumbs.
Right, like what
without letting them know what was the final outcome of why he was building.
Right. Now, the people that went to go visit this temple, they went in with all the they were suspicious of everything. You know, they were like, "Oh, this is a cult. You know, this is not. You know, this doesn't look like."
They were very skeptical.
They're skeptical of everything. They were skeptical of the whole process. But once they were there, they had such a profound experience while they were there that they're having a hard time after the fact reconciling with
what they just saw.
With what they just saw. You see the maze? Look at the maze that he. Look at that.
It looks like an intricate crop circle.
Yeah, look at that. So he built that like on the fly with people following him. He was just doing that on the fly. So
Tell you guys, there are mysteries out there, and there are mysteries, and there are things that we don't know yet. There are so many things that we don't know yet.
So they're gonna describe to you the temple. So they're driving now over to the temple. So here's what the temple looks like. So it's an underground temple. That's one thing that's important. And they said that they chose this particular spot. They scoured the whole world
looking
for the right spot that had the frequency and everything. It was like ley lines that because you know about the ley lines, right?
Mm-hmm.
They had ley.
Yeah.
So it was about they made sure that the lined up with the ley lines, with the earth frequency and the magnetic frequency, all those things that the ancients were looking for.
Right.
They made sure they found the right spot that intersected all those things.
And it happens to be in Italy. In the Italian Alps.
Right. So then they start digging. And you see, as you can see here, you have the entrance of the temple, and it's 5 stories down.
Oh my God.
So you see how
oh my God.
You see, so you have the entrance of the temple here, and then you have several different different rooms within.
And Thomas, what I'm looking at is reminiscent, and I've been there. You know, it's like reminiscent of the Sistine Chapel, like mixed in with the interior of a pyramid.
Right. They have inside, they have an exact mirror replica of the pyramid. So when you go inside, they have a pyramid shaped room that the face is mirrors on the it's like a hall of mirrors, but in the pyramid shape.
Oh wow.
But you're gonna see. So this is the entrance. Look at how unassuming this entrance looks like.
It looks like you're going down into the subway.
Right. It looks like a little basement door hatch or something.
Yeah.
And is this project was supposed to be okay? Is the project an ongoing project? Is it
Yes.
unfinished?
So they had finished the temple, but I think there are still plans of growing. But the person that built it had passed away.
So now they gotta gather up those breadcrumbs that he gave them to get to the next level.
Right. To continue the mantle. So now they're starting to go ahead.
Hey, is this open to the public now?
I think so.
Oh, we gotta make a trip.
We gotta make a trip.
So
check this out. You haven't even seen it yet. You haven't even seen what the rooms are. Once you see the rooms, you're gonna be blown away.
The underground. Whoa! Wow. Okay. So they cut through all of this.
Yeah.
And how long did that take?
15 years of excavation, 8,500 square meter, more or less. Are you ready?
Shall we go?
I guess so.
15 years of excavation.
And it looks like they did it like, oh my God, check this out.
There we go. Look at the you open the door to the temple and boom. That's for the first door, the first room you see.
Whoa. Oh man.
Getting goosebumps. The vividness is
and that cannot even build the fucking
You just
shelf.
feel like a sense of life with a lot of colors in here.
Look at that artwork.
Oh wow.
Usually when you see rooms that have this type of art, it's a depiction of an ancient something in history. But here you see people wearing like a polo t-shirt.
Is that you?
Yeah, that's me playing bass. That is our table.
Look at that. up
They
there.
put themselves into the paintings.
Wow.
This is awesome.
Oh, Thomas is gonna love this
I've
when
never
he
seen
sees
anything
it.
like this. I really can't say I can compare it to anything else I've seen.
And they move through. Look, every tunnel, every aspect, they have hidden doors.
Oh my God. This reminds me of the Coral Castle.
Wow, shit. How the hell we haven't heard about something like that?
So what is this room?
This is the whole stairs that is dedicated to personal meditation, but also to the connection with the energetical network of the planet.
Is it normal that I can't tell if it's just sleep deprivation or I actually feel like I'm very sensitive towards energy, and ever since we came down here, I felt a sense of distortion.
From an energetical perspective, this is one of the key points of the whole complex. So it makes sense that here you feel.
Oh my God. And it's like surrounded with chalices. You see that?
Yeah, so they have chalices on these ledges here, and then they got these spheres. I don't know what those spheres are filled with, but that's what this hall is called, the Hall of Spheres.
And the guy is saying, is it normal that I'm feeling like a sense of distortion?
Yeah. And that's the whole purpose of this room.
Wow.
It's tiring to be in there. I don't know if that's a good or whatever, but it's being in there is like.
Now, one of the most interesting ones for sure.
What? This is all on the ground, mind you.
Wow. I was not expecting this. It just keeps getting more and more surprising.
That's the pyramid.
Yo, this is crazy. Yo, so funny. Warlock, you're not gonna believe this.
Crazy details you start to make out.
Well, guys,
some Egyptian painting.
Mm-hmm.
Hello.
Yeah, we're listening. Are you there?
Look, you see that doorway, the secret hidden door?
Hello.
Yeah, we're listening. We're listening. What's up? Oh, we lost him.
Oh no, we lost the
we
warlock.
lost the warlock. Our boots on the ground.
Well,
continue. Let's see.
What do you think of this report so far?
Oh my God, this is amazing.
not yet. Really, really, really dedicated to the diversity of peoples on the planet.
I really like the fact that it's ever evolving, and it's new people come to put new art and new knowledge that represents a bit more of who we are on this planet.
I mean, I've never seen anything like this. One of the craziest things I've ever seen, in every sense of the word. Like crazy in terms of spectacular and the amount of detail, and then also in just like I don't even know how to describe it.
This is one of the most traveling every country. So you just never know what's around every corner. And whoa, we're just like that. We're outside. Wow. So casual.
So check this part out.
I was not expecting this.
The machines that they have built.
This looks like a time traveling machine.
Oh my God. What is this contraption?
Specific device can perceive and monitor the aura, that is the energetic field around our body, and then direct this energy where she sees that this energy is lacking. So it's kind of healing also in that sense.
Sorry, what is this?
Questo è un portale dimensionale.
So this is a dimensional portal.
Okay.
Done some research about the time structure and how time works.
Dopo questa cabina si passa attraverso il portale per spostarsi in una dimensione.
If it works, it's real. That is the practical approach that we have in experimenting things.
It gets more strange by the hour. I don't know, man. I don't know what we're doing right now. What? Do I breathe? Do I think about something?
I guess we'll leave you two alone. See you.
See if he will be back or not.
Yeah. I'm a little worried leaving him in there.
The only sensation that I felt was some sort of like not just my breath expanding and contracting, but like everything around me was like feeling like.
You're back.
Yeah, I just called to say
No.
You're breaking up. You must be going through Alligator Alley.
No, I'm still here in Plant City.
Okay, now you're coming in. At what time are you? What time you're departing?
In about 45 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So listen, guys, I'm gonna leave you with a little thought.
Okay.
You know that recently, in a couple of years, everybody's complaining. Not complaining, maybe not the right word. We're complaining, but also noticing.
Complaining, but not complaining, but complaining.
Yeah. Yeah.
Look into it. What do you do? Oh, you just haven't looked into it.
Pow. Yeah, you know how we are noticing that time is like going back. It's like zooming by.
Yes.
Like Christmas is almost like gone. It just started like a few days ago, and it's almost over.
Right.
Well, it just dawned on me that I started noticing this about like almost 2 decades ago. Guess what happened like about 2 decades ago, like 15, 20 years ago? They started making progress on the Large Hadron Collider.
Right.
And that shit is spooky because they deal with all that, what do you call that? Messing with the atom and all these things. And you never know what these people have messed with that has altered time. You know?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people think that part of that whole thing that you're talking about has a lot to do with this deja vu and
Mandela effect.
The Mandela effect.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, because that's like a lot of people are having experiences, and it seems like this is like happening more often But since they started messing with that in that place with this stuff,
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, because they're messing with particles and opening up dimensions that,
or it could be coming right from this
Damenhor
thing that we just.
Oh man, well this is fun and it's amazing and it's very, very, very intriguing and it's fun. You know, it's good to like have an open mind.
Oh, absolutely.
What is? There are possibilities, you know. That's you never know. We messing with this little thing, and before you know, we can be on to something big, you know.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Well, but with that guy, you guys have a good night, okay?
All right. Well, thank you so much for the call. We always appreciate you.
We always appreciate the warlock.
Always
traveling through the swamps of Tampa.
All right.
All right, man. So back to the report here. Check this out.
I don't know how to explain it, and honestly, I'm just more confused than even when I walked in. So
keep the report on. I gotta do a little break
so
in the
many
boys' room.
variables.
Oh,
so many
okay.
Statements, but to me, I think.
All right, so I'll leave the report here, and we'll go to a little break.
I'm a mom, so I often cheat on my husband when he's at work.
The Trackify homing tracking beacon can send instant location updates to your phone, so you know if your wife is at a rest area taking it in the can from a stranger. Trackify's innovative GPS locator chip is implanted at the base of their head, so there's nothing to lose. Get the trust and peace of mind you deserve. Trackify, love just got a little easier to keep track of.
I'm a happy homemaker and child rearer when I'm not blowing the postman. But having two kids can be exhausting, even with an illegal immigrant doing all the real work. I found myself getting frigid and snappy with my husband, and soon my marriage was in trouble. Then I realized what the problem was. All the energy I should have been devoting to my husband and kids was being wasted on walking. Now I walk no more with the Relax Power X motorized scooter from Ambulate.
Moms, the Relax Power X motorized scooter from Ambulate lets you move further and faster and save energy for what really matters, protecting your family's health. You'll move quicker and have a lot more energy for the important things like shopping, burying relatives, or attending court hearings. Motorized scooters aren't just for disabled or obese people. Ambulate has a 500-pound weight capacity, so you have room to grow. Ask your doctor about having your insurance or the American taxpayer purchase you a Relax Power X motorized scooter. Take the weight off your feet.
This out. The moon's distance from Earth. It's 238,900 miles. This out. 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 This out.
Pablo Morado, the Thunderbolt, and we got the Thunderbolt and the Lightning and the double-ended.
this out. The moon's distance from Earth, it's 238,900 miles. This out. 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 This out.
Pablo Morado, the Thunderbolt, and we got the Thunderbolt and the Lightning and the double-ended. All right, and we're getting back to it. Now before we go back to the report, I wanted you to hear something that I hope that you will never need.
I'm a happy homemaker and child rearer when I'm not blowing the postman. But having two kids can be exhausting, even with an illegal immigrant doing all the real work. I found myself getting frigid and snappy with my husband, and soon my marriage was in trouble. Then I realized what the problem was. All the energy I should have been devoting to my husband and kids was being wasted on walking. Now I walk no more with the Relax Power X motorized scooter from Ambulate.
Moms, the Relax Power X motorized scooter from Ambulate lets you move further and faster and save energy for what really matters, protecting your family's health. You'll move quicker and have a lot more energy for the important things like shopping, burying relatives, or attending court hearings. Motorized scooters aren't just for disabled or obese people. Ambulate has a 500-pound weight capacity, so you have room to grow. Ask your doctor about having your insurance or the American taxpayer purchase you a Relax Power X motorized scooter. Take the weight off your feet.
Where do you find these things?
Take the weight off your feet.
Unbelievable.
So going back to Damanhur. So we left off about time travel, and now they're going to show you their time traveling device. Now, one of the things that I think why you're gonna, if we ever visit this place, because you are a clairvoyant,
right?
And they explain the phenomena that you experience. So check this out.
Makes them happy, and if it makes them productive, and if it makes them loving towards each other and towards the planet, then who are we to judge?
We are on our way to one of the 4 Damahurian communities. It's been a very difficult situation to figure out how to experience without blatantly disbelieving or making fun of it. It's a little bit exhausting to be here, honestly. I keep asking questions to try to get tangible answers, and you eventually arrive at a place where they say, well, actually, we have no idea.
To take a break from the magic talk, we wanted to get a glimpse into how some of the locals actually live. Although most of them live in big communal buildings with 10 to 20 people, some have built alternative living cabins that a local who's been living here for over 2 decades was happy to show us.
So everyone in Damanhur has an animal. Their name is the name of an animal. Is that how it works?
Well, every Damanhurian can choose if they want, when they want, an animal name. This is our tree house. We live here with gorilla. Okay, I am an ant. He's a gorilla. We are both black but different size, of course. Gorilla is nice.
Okay.
Well,
Oh, I wasn't expecting that.
This is pretty amazing.
Wow.
this was the first room, and this is our new side of the house. So
It is a vibe in here. I love this.
yes, actually, we are inside of 3 oak trees. When it snows completely, it's all white. If someone has a dream in Damanhur, it can happen. But it's so important to give space to individual dreams because the path is to become dreamers.
That's the whole thing about Damanhur.
Wow.
To be dreamers.
I really like the emphasis
I
on
like that.
dreams here. In my mind, I thought they were talking about it in a very metaphorical sense, but they're actually talking about like literally what people's dreams are and the space that is available for them to make these dreams happen. So for her, she wanted to live in a treehouse. This guy wanted to live in a house that follows the sun, and they make space available here for all of that.
It's moving very slowly.
The house follows the sun.
That's crazy.
In our final experiment, we were going to attempt a form of meditation called past life regression, which supposedly allows you to connect with your spirits from past lives.
So today we could try an experiment with you and see if we can open a different dimension, that is the dimension of time. Time is an illusion, yet a very persisting one. If time is like a territory, just like we know that we are here, but Paris still exists, we can also imagine that there are points in time they're still existing, so that their time is all simultaneous.
Is there a version of me that was alive a month ago that is also existing right now?
Somehow, yes.
Because I'm experiencing this exact moment, and there's a future me that's also experiencing the future at this moment.
That's very good. Not many people get to that conclusion, bravo, but yes.
As soon as you start talking about time, there are endless amounts of paradoxes that are hard to grapple with. But as this particular exercise requires us to stay totally open-minded, we decided to completely surrender and see if anything meaningful could come up.
All right, here we go.
A deep breath to dive to the other side of the second door, taking you to a different place, a different time, different sensations, different memories. How different is this face? And is it a young face or an older face? Feel the body as they're standing. Are they standing proud? There's something special in the life of this person that they want to show you. An object that was dear to them. Maybe it's a book, maybe it's a stone. So concentrate on your hearing.
After the meditation was complete, we had time to reflect on our experience.
That I was swimming with crocodiles. It wasn't necessarily danger, but they were my friends. And the other moment, it was just like a clenched fist up in the air.
Mine started in like a sandy place. It kind of felt like it could be Egypt potentially. There was a ship that I was on, and it looked like jungle and some kind of like indigenous tribe. And I saw like a gold face. Oh, and also I definitely felt like a man.
That's quite extraordinary.
Yeah.
You see the difference?
Yeah, definitely.
I saw a trail of people that were wearing fur. I moved into the body of the person in the front that was trying to find the trail above the mountains. My mission was to try to figure out how we're gonna get above these mountains. We were able to find like a safe little cave area, and they were in there. And I looked up and I still saw the eagle. And in a weird way, in that moment, it felt like the eagle was me now telling this previous version of myself that we'll be safe.
Wow. Wow. I like the wow.
Wow.
Well, we just finished a time traveling workshop. You know, the pragmatic part of me wants to explain it as a part of my imagination, but I don't know, man. I don't know what's
So
going
they
on
experienced
here, but
something
maybe
for
I just
real.
Yeah. So yeah, if you want to check this out, those of you listening, this is Yes Theory, and it's the title is Inside a Secret Underground Society, and it's called Damanhur. And yeah, so what do you think about these people?
Wow. I am totally engrossed in this.
And I'm sure because they're constantly building. And this report was 10 months ago. So I found reports like of a year ago. I found reports of like 7 years ago, and they've been growing ever since. They've been adding temples since I found the first footage of this Damanhur place. So it seems like they're growing. It seems like they're that there's still more mystery to unlock there, because one of the things that this guy didn't touch on that I found in other sources is that they are tapping into the Atlantean lifestyle, that what they're living like is exactly how it's the exact representation of how the Atlanteans
Used to
lived.
live.
Right. Inclusive, everybody was together, bringing all parts of all religions, all aspects of the world coming together in one melting pot.
And basically like a tribe mentality.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
But like a global tribe, like
Right.
like we're part of humanity together. So this was their reverse engineering of this Atlantean. But you saw how huge that temple was.
It's impressive.
And it was all underground, which is
Very
unbelievable.
impressive. Very reminiscent of the Coral Castle, reminiscent of Egypt, reminiscent of the Sistine Chapel. There's so many aspects to what I just saw. And I believe we only scratched the surface on this video.
Yeah,
there could be more.
There could be a lot more. Now, one last thing I would like to leave you with, and I'll leave the cast with this open-ended question here. But do you remember the Georgia Guidestones?
Yes.
So they got blown up.
Mm-hmm.
Well, guess what I found out?
Oh, here we go.
I found out that the Georgia Guidestones got resurrected.
Really?
Yeah. And guess
By
where?
whom?
I don't know. Some mysterious cabal of people rebuilt the
Georgia
Guidestones, and guess where it is?
Oh, it's not in the same place?
Nope.
Washington.
Egypt.
What?
They rebuilt it in Egypt. Let me see. See if I can find the report here.
Wow, that's big news. How does that happen?
I don't know. So let's see here. Let's see.
This is an exclusive Pyramid podcast exclusive. The Georgia Guidestones rise again.
Yeah.
But not in Georgia.
Let's see. Now I heard this because I listened to a lot of different podcasts. So I'm trying to find the article that they were referring to. Here we go. See what happened to the Georgia Guidestones. Let me see here. Or maybe if I type in, maybe Georgia is throwing it off.
Let's see what I can come up with.
So the original Georgia Guidestones were built in Georgia. It was built in 1980 of 119 tons of stone. Now I'm trying to find.
Now, is this a new installation in Egypt?
Yeah, this is like recent. I think they might be just building it.
Okay, so let me see. Sorry, there are no tour activities available to book online. Photos of Egyptian hieroglyphs.
Where did you hear of this?
Again, it was on a podcast. Let me see if I can find it here. I was hoping I was hoping it would be easily pulled up, but of course.
Over here it says on a past visit to North Georgia, town of Elberton, you would have been met with an unusual series of granite monoliths etched with mysterious passages, casting a shadow upon the surrounding field. Curious road trippers traveling the U.S. would detour out of their way just to see the farmland oddity. But today, when I make my own 10-minute trip from downtown, all I find is an empty lot with a dusting of stone where the monument used to be. Crushing underneath my sneakers, there are not even a small piece of rock to take as a memento. What happened to the Georgia Guidestones? A mysterious stranger appears. Unlike Stonehenge, England's famous prehistoric stone monument, the site known as the Georgia Guidestone wasn't unveiled until March 22, 1980. It was first shown to an audience of around 400 people, including local politicians and onlookers. So over here, they're describing the actual Guidestones, stirring up controversy, everything that, So eventually these guys went down, but they do not say.
Wonder what it is. Maybe there's another name for the Guidestones.
Let me see. New monolith appear.
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah.
In Egypt. Let's see what it says here. Latest mysterious monolith is engraved with coordinates. They point to some ominous places. Now this is in Australia. Australia just got its own mysterious metal monolith, and this time it features coordinates engraved on its surface that points to a cryptic place, as Yahoo News reports. The world has been gripped by monolith fever, with countless numbers of new 10-footish installations popping up around the globe on an almost daily basis. What?
Wait, say that again?
Let me read it to you again. Now I get a commercial. Never ends with this nonsense. It says the world has been gripped by monolith fever, with countless number of new 10-footish installations popping up around the globe on an almost daily basis.
10-foot monoliths.
The first one discovered in Utah wilderness last month may have been there for several years, but succeeding monolith seem to have been installed not too long ago. Apart from difference in quality assurance and finishes, most of the structures have looked roughly similar. There are officially too many damn monoliths.
So I have here, there were many people who wish something bad will happen to the Georgia Guidestones, the mysterious granite monument with puzzling engravings that some called offensive and others deemed to be indications that this was America's Stonehenge. Those people got their wish when an anonymous, still at large bomber destroyed the monument on July 6, 2022. There are many people who wish that 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 was the end of the Georgia Guidestones and they'll never be seen or talked about again. Those people will be disappointed, and probably for a long time. The rubble from the bombing and eventual destruction of the stones that remain standing have been cleared and hauled away. But the future of those pieces and the space where um uh, here I'll put this on the screen here. I don't know if you can see that. Okay. So it says here, there are many people that who wish that that was the end of the Guidestones, that they'll never be seen or talked about again. These people will be disappointed, and probably for a long time. The rubble from the bombing and the eventual destruction of the stones that remain standing have been cleared and hauled away, but the future of those pieces and the space where they once stood is being heavily debated, and not just in Georgia, but across the internet. Not surprisingly, while many say good riddance, there's a large number of people who want them rebuilt, perhaps even bigger and better than the originals. And there is still an open matter of who blew up the Georgia Guidestones in the dead of night and in full view of a security camera. Why have they not been found? If they are, will they be prosecuted or presented as heroes? We are truly a long way from hearing the last sentence in the ongoing tale of the Georgia Guidestones.
Well, we're gonna have to further investigate this.
I thought it would be an easier thing to look up, but it looks like this too. Let me just do a quick. Let me see if I can find if in here. No, they don't. They don't mention Egypt. I'm gonna have to go back to the podcast that I was listening to, but it appears, from what I heard, I guess from now we'll put a pin in it for now.
Yes.
But from what I heard, the Georgia Guidestones are being rebuilt in Egypt. They're in the process. I don't know if they've been built already, but they're in the process of being rebuilt.
Maybe those. Could it be that the rubble was taken to Egypt?
Maybe.
Oh, we're definitely gonna have to put a pin on.
Yeah,
that.
I'm gonna have to put a pin in it, but I thought it would be an easier thing to pop up. It looks like this is being that it is Egypt, where everything is all tight-lipped.
Right. That's why I was surprised. Like, over there, everything is so restricted.
But apparently that's where they're planning on putting the next one. So I hope you guys enjoyed. We had a lot. We had a surprise visit from the Warlock. Always
Holy
nice.
smokes, we ran 5 hours long today.
I mean, this is coming to be a theme here. I mean, this is a true radio station. I mean, this is how long some of the true season broadcasters go.
Unbelievable. Well, folks, as our motto says, if the universe is infinite,
then so are the possibilities.
Folks, thank you for tuning in. Don't forget, we're on every Monday. We were on today because we had a little debacle, but we're back on. We'll be here Monday from around 6 to 7 until the podcast ends. We cannot even say it's a 3-hour show anymore because we already
we're getting into
we're going into the
5 hours.
Into the 5-hour mark. But we're enjoying what we're doing and we like spending time with you. Don't forget to visit thepyramidshop.com for your merch.
Paramount Vitamins.
And don't be
coffee.
intimidated by the 5-hour mark. Some people, we cast once a week. You can listen to some of it Monday, and it'll gives you this week.
You get your series. You go little by little.
Right. You could do it like that, or you can listen to it in one gulp. It's up to you.
We appreciate if we get your opinions. Please join our Substack so you don't miss out on any programming. And again, we have Paramount Vitamins, our fungi coffee, our merch, and visit our sites. Troll through it, navigate it, and let us know you were there. Send us your strange videos and strange pictures that you might have acquired over the years. We can have a discussion about anything, politics, alien UFOs.
One thing that
ghosts.
we hold ourselves to be is open-minded.
We're very open-minded, and we'll discuss anything, on this podcast. We'll give you shout outs. Don't be a Bobolongo.
That's right.
Do a purchase, donate something, whatever you can donate, so that we can continue providing this podcast.
Now let's ask our friend, Mr. Guandul. Are we providing value to our listeners here?
Yes.
Let's see. Are we providing good value to our listeners? And what does it say here? I don't know. Hopefully you can see it here.
We can't see it. What does it say?
Let's see. It is true.
Okay. Thank you, Guandulo. Please tell your friends, tell your coworkers, tune into the Pyramid Podcast. We want more listeners, and we need your help so we can continue to cast. We enjoy what we're doing. I am Anesto Morado.
And I am Pablo Morado, the Thunderbird.
See you next time.
Lucy! Lucy!
What was that? You fucked up. Now you need a bow bow.
I control the weak, not those who think for themselves.
Go ahead and describe a typical drifter. Give your description point by point so I can recognize a drifter when I see him.
The first thing you will notice about a drifter is his total lack of a major purpose in life. He will be conspicuous by his lack of self-confidence. He will never accomplish anything requiring thought and effort. He spends all he earns and more, too, if he can get credit. He will be sick or ailing from some real or imaginary cause, and calling to high heaven if he suffers the least physical pain. He will have little or no imagination. He will lack enthusiasm and initiative to begin anything he is not forced to undertake. And he will plainly express his weakness by taking the line of least resistance whenever he can do so. He will be ill-tempered and lacking in control over his emotions. His personality will be without magnetism, and it will not attract other people. He will have opinions on everything but accurate knowledge of nothing. He may be jack of all trades, but good at none. He will neglect to cooperate with those around him, even those on whom he must depend for food and shelter. He will make the same mistake over and over again, never profiting by failure. He will be narrow-minded and intolerant on all subjects, ready to crucify those who may disagree with him. He will expect everything of others, but be willing to give little or nothing in return. He may begin many things, but he will complete nothing. He will be loud in his condemnation of his government, but he will never tell you definitely how it can be improved.